to be in orbit.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to a late night edition of some Only Hands. You're used to the Only Friends pod. Tonight is the Only Hands pod. I'm here, joined by my one and only co-host, Christian Soto. What's going on here? What am I
I'm locked in, bro.
Oh, yeah.
I'm ready to rock. Let's go.
But I got the wrong thing up here. I gotta hold up. My bad. All right, so what we are going to do is we're going to start with her first session ever. We are going to go over the hands from Robbi. Again, I want to make it clear that this is not some sort of witch hunt to prove guilt. Our main objective here is just to get to the bottom of some things. You know, there's just been some inconsistencies that I've seen, both more so in
people
behavior
want me to
than
sound
else.
locked in, bro.
Go ahead. Tell me.
People want us to sound locked in, man.
All right.
We're excited.
Let's fucking get it. Bro.
Fuck it. It's 1 a.m. in New Jersey, New York, whatever. Let's go. We're locked in, man. We might solve this case tonight.
Okay. I'm here. Hey, I'm here to crack this bad boy wide open. All right. So the first thing we're looking at is the 25, 50, 100 game. I believe this is it. Is this it? 12 days ago. Date on that.
Is this the session where she okay, whatever, let's just watch.
Okay, so it's I'm looking at a Reddit thread that logged all of her hands. By the way, shout out to fucking Reddit. Let's go. How incredible.
You didn't get it on like 4chan?
Yo, chill out. Okay, so this would have been 12 days ago. That's what we're looking for. 11 days ago. So yeah, it would have been this one with Schwan. So the first thing I want to do is I want to watch this from the jump. Oh shit! It looks like I cut off a little bit of... Did I? Yeah. I got to fix that. Give me 1 sec. Oops.
Oh, blank check Ben.
Are you still seeing the video?
No, it's all black, bro.
Yeah, what happened?
You're not excited enough, and I'll cut you off.
Cut me right the fuck off. There we go. We got the video back. All right. Looks like I accidentally cropped a little bit of off. My bad.
Hashtag pay guapo.
No shit. That is absolute big facts. Where's Guapo at? Big shout out to my man. I'm so clumsy with this shit, man. Like, so clumsy.
Is that Rip also there? Is that
Yeah.
him?
Yeah, so
Okay.
Rip rolls in. I'll tell you what we're going to do here real quickly. One again. Okay, so while we're watching this beginning part, what I'm actually going to do is just go 4 screen here. Oh, actually, you know what? Let's do it this way. Let's go over here.
Oh, you watching that Andrew Tate final message? I see you, dog.
Where do you see that?
I see you.
What are
I
you
see you.
What are you talking about, man?
What do you mean what I'm talking about?
I just what I
Everyone
said.
saw it.
What are you talking about?
Andrew Tate's final message, man. It's like, we saw that you saw it. It's all good, bro.
I don't know what you're talking about, but
You're a top G.
bro, knock this shit off. All right, so the first thing I want to look at is the table draw. Reason being is that I know that there was some discussion that Robbi always had the 2 seat, but I think in this particular session she actually has the 8. Now that still is kind of in line with being on the end. So again, just something to take note of. Let's zoom in on this little window here, if we can. Oops. Okay. Get chin back up in
Yeah,
here.
I think you froze me.
No, you're not frozen, are you?
Yeah.
I'll fix it. There you go. Still frozen?
No, I'm still frozen. I'm turning off my camera and turning it back on.
All right.
Classic move always works.
I mean, you're not frozen on my screen. I see you. No, you're not frozen. You're good.
I know. I turned off my camera and turned it back on. The old
right.
N64 move,
Okay, so one thing to take note of here is Ryan's the one doing the table draw this time. Luis is still here. He's in the background overseeing it. It looks like Rip draws. First. So let's watch how this all plays out. Best I can tell, Ryan's just like pulling out the 7 or 8 cards necessary. Who's this over here?
It looks like he's a player.
Man, these games are juicy. Fuck. Okay. Legit draw. Nothing to really see here. And I think that makes sense. I would imagine if we see Ryan in there, it's always going to be pretty straight up.
Nick Airball in the building.
He comes and draws. Oh, that's Ryan's dad.
Oh, shout out to Brian's dad, man.
He does audio. He does audio for them.
Dude.
What are they signing? A waiver? I never signed a waiver.
Maybe.
Oh, it might be their.
Well,
It might be for the Players Bank. There's the waitress I'm in love with, she's not a waitress. She's an assistant.
Some respect on that woman's name, bro.
Linglin
Learn her name.
in the building.
Lingling's my favorite player of all time, bro.
She really is great.
Is incredible.
She really is great.
She's incredible.
I hope she has infinite money. I don't ever want her to go away. She's too much fun. Okay, she's going to draw. Wow, she's going to back rat sweat it. What's going on here?
Okay, let's see. Okay.
What's this dude's name? I've played with him a bunch.
Ooh,
the dude with the beard? Huh?
I don't know. He's tall, though.
Yeah.
He's very tall.
Okay, here comes Schwan. She draws the 2. Okay, so it looks like... I mean, it doesn't seem like there's anything sus here. It looks like Robbi's just kind of left with the 8, as best I can tell. The draw was overseen by a bunch of people. Dealer, Ryan, Luis, 2 production crew members, a bunch of players. This is a very different draw than the one we saw for this last episode.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm only mentioning that just because it did seem non-standard, this last one. There were a couple things that we noticed that were a little bit weird. Oh, okay, so... Oh, okay. So it's 2 through 9. And I guess Robbi just got the 8. Probably nothing to see here. Doesn't look like she's here yet. All right. All right, let's get to some hands, man. What do you say? Why does he keep doing this? All right. We got it. We're ready to rock. Oh, man. Let's go. Shout out to everybody here who's tuning in for this late night edition. Sorry, I didn't mean to ignore the chat for so long. I got a lot of shit to set up here, man. You know, got a lot of things to take care of. Got to keep Chin happy. You know, he's a little disgruntled working this late. He's not feeling it. He's over on the East Coast. It's like 1 a.m. I don't know what to tell him, man.
No, I mean, I'm answering some messages. There's some people that told me they cracked it, and I'm trying to confirm
they cracked the case
on my side.
Wait, you're telling me they cracked the case?
Hold on, man. I'm trying to confirm on my side before I call an audible on stream with all these people watching.
Wow. Chin is Breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go.
It's not breaking. I just said that maybe. I gotta turn off my camera again and turn it back on.
Yeah, mine froze too. What's going on here? The fuck is going on here? Guapo!
Okay, let's see. Okay. Okay, so at the 40.
All right, we're back. Cameras are back. Shit's ready to rock. Let's go.
Bro, fix my camera, man.
It's frozen again?
You do me dirty, bro.
It's not frozen again. Are you? Wave. You waved?
Of course I waved.
I might have to keep you up. Well, turn your shit back on, man.
I did.
Nah, you didn't.
All right, hold on. I'm trying to solve the case.
Well, turn your camera on. People trying to see you, man.
I did. I did.
It's buffering. This is your whack-ass internet. This ain't my fault.
The same one. What are you saying?
I don't know what's going on with Chin's camera.
It's probably because I have YouTube going on the other side. I'm trying to figure this out.
Are you gonna fill us in? What's
No, I'm not gonna fill you in until I have something.
Guys, Christian has like breaking news and shit. And he doesn't know what's going on. Oh my god, he went dark. He went dark side. All right. While we are waiting, let me just catch you up on where I'm at in this whole process. So, apologies for the slow start. We wanted to get all the technicalities worked out. Appreciate you guys being patient with us. If you haven't already, please like, subscribe, throw a comment in the comment section. You know how it goes. We need your love, man. Okay, so here's where I'm at. We've been grinding this thing, right? And last night just didn't sit right with me. I got to tell you, for the last 4 days, it's gone like this. It's been all day long. I say she's definitely not cheating. There's no way she's cheating. It's 0% likelihood that she's cheating. And then I watch the hand again, and I go, she cheated. There's no getting around it. And I have this sinking suspicion that like this hand is just, it can't be described. It can't be described logically. I don't know what's going on, but I keep coming back to, well, maybe she's just an amateur who made a mistake. Like, I want to give her the benefit of the doubt. I don't want to accuse anybody of something without further proof. So I'm out here digging because I am really struggling to piece all of this together. And I don't really understand why there's such a giant disconnect, right? But what I am picking up more and more of, so I went to bed last night and I had an unsettling feeling. I said, man, God, we just watched this whole fucking session and it was so inconsistent start to finish. Like, we watched 36 hands. 30 of them looked standard as fuck. But there was like 4 or 5 where it was just like, something doesn't sit right with me, right? Like, I don't know what it is. And I'm not to this point yet where I've started to compile this feeling into a bunch of hand histories in a row. But I realize what it is now. It's the way that she carries herself, right? So it's the consistency of all the things that we seem to be that like don't pass the eye test, right? It's the vibrating hands. So we have 3 examples of those from yesterday's stream. In those hands where shit vibrates, she goes through the constant like explanation of what she's going to do, what she should do, what she thinks about her opponent, like this whole conversation that she's having. So there's this element of table talk, I guess, that isn't really consistent throughout all of the hands that she plays, but is very consistent in the hands that I find to be suspect, right? The ace-3 versus 7-6 that she played against Rip is another good example. The 5s versus Jack-8 against Andy is a good example. The Jack-8 of diamonds versus Garrett. The Jack-4, obviously. The ace-queen versus Rip. All of these hands were like prime examples of her kind of carrying herself in a certain way for like relatively non-trivial decisions, right? With that said, there's this other hand that sticks out to me like a sore thumb, and that's the queens versus the Jack-deuce, right? In all of these other hands that I described, these other 5 hands that I described, there are some consistent things that happen. Her turn and river decisions are incredibly slow. She tanks in all of them, right? She does a lot of river talking where it seems as though she's trying to influence either the onlookers or her opposition in some way. Just a lot of like, for lack of a better word, verbal diarrhea. Stuff that like just makes absolutely no sense, right? And this stuff seems to be pretty consistent with the tanking, with the time chip. Yeah, it's almost like stalling, right? Like, it doesn't appear that she's taking time to think. It just appears that she's taking time, period, right? Now, the Robbi versus Ruske hand where she has queens and he has Jack-deuce, what we know to be consistent with this hand is that her hand is not red. And the only reason we ever know what her hand is because it gets tabled, right? So I think to the casual onlooker, this hand looks like it's cheating because she has top set versus middle and bottom pair, and she tries to play an all-in pot. But the reality is it's a very inconsistent hand compared to her entire body of work throughout the sessions where she has real decisions to make. What I mean by that is she lightning check raises flop. She lightning check raises turn. I'm saying that relative to the usual amount of time that she takes, right? So she just check, raise, like in flow, knows what she's doing. Turn took a little bit longer, a beat longer, but she ends up jamming for like 8x pot on the turn, right? And what I'm concluding, or at least what I feel as an onlooker who's kind of starting to dig through the data, is that also there was no table talk really in this hand at all. And what's happening is I'm noticing that this is very inconsistent to all the other spots that she found herself in where she has hands of value or bluff catch or like, you know, marginal showdown, whatever. And what I think happened is she's still just an inexperienced poker player. And that shines through in this hand where she has the nuts, but there are multiple open-enders. There's a spade draw that she has to fade. And she's playing with a lot of money. They're like 250K effective. So I think once she checks and the bet comes through, panic sets in because she's now responsible for all of this money that's in front of her, and she currently has the nuts. What she doesn't want to do is have the board texture change and have to play the river in some sort of capacity. That was the only hand where that was like blatantly obvious to me. Oh, the other hand, the suspect that I forgot about was the ace-king versus ace-8 versus Eric. Again, the same kind of things, like long tank on the turn, a little bit of table talk going on there, putting in raises whenever she knows that she has the best hand. All of this type of stuff that seems to be very inconsistent, to say the least, with what we've seen. What do you got, Chin? You ain't ready to talk yet.
I mean, give me 5 more minutes. This is like, man.
You can message me on the side if you need to. I got WhatsApp up.
Sure.
I'm just saying I got WhatsApp up.
Go ahead, keep going. I'm out for a little bit.
Okay. All right. We
minutes.
lost Chin. Chin's deep in the case. Okay, so I want to now. That's the framework I want to operate under, right? So, again, I've been operating off of. I am leaning very hard into her being innocent, right? and I hadn't seen anything that would suggest otherwise. But the more that I'm digging in, the more I realize how fucking vulnerable these systems are, and how inconsistent the stories are with how we got here. Robbi is, by all accounts, an inexperienced poker player who does not seem to have this level of cash available to her. Like, I don't know what her financial situation is, but I'm fairly confident that $130,000 is a large sum of money. By all accounts, from everything I can tell, Rip is not a 100 millionaire. And you need to be worth 100 million for you to just like take 250K and free roll somebody 50% into a game this large versus some of the best. Ivy, Garrett, Andy. Like, these guys are killers. And at least from what I've seen thus far, there isn't like anything exemplifying that Robbi has the chops to sit here, right? So I need to be able to make that story make sense. And I need to see more video evidence. So what we're going to do is we're going to go through a little bit of a smaller game that she played, this 25, 50, 100 game with Linglin, Garrett, Rip, Schwan, Airball Nick Airball, and a few others. And we're going to look at it through both lenses, right? We're going to look at it through the lens of, is she qualified to be in this game? And if so, where's the financing to back it? If not, where's the financing coming to back it that justifies it? And then secondarily, if things are not making sense, if we're starting to see these consistent trends where there's turn and river tanking, where there is a lot of passive play up until turn and river, like, we have to think in terms of, if this is cheated, through what lens would it be cheated? And, effectively when it comes to the RFID stuff, the lens is the idea that she could potentially have super using access, right? Whether she has perfect knowledge of her opposition's hand or she has perfect knowledge of runouts. We're not to that point yet. We haven't figured out yet the methodology through which cheating could potentially occur. But we have to be mindful that cheating still is on the table. All right, Chin just put okay in the chat. What we got?
Okay, so look, this is, I think, I don't want to say we have something or not.
So this is just between us, right? You, me, and the wind? This is just between you, me, and the wind.
Just you, me, and the 1,000 people watching.
Yeah.
Right?
1,300.
Okay, but look, I don't want anyone, like, don't get too excited.
All right, everybody can keep a secret, right?
No. Look, so
go ahead.
We're looking for methods and anomalies, right? So I think the person that messaged me found the beginning of what could be an anomaly, right? So, okay, so if we we have to leave this stream and go back to our stream from yesterday.
Okay. You got it?
Okay. And look, this is very small, but I think it's something that we're going to start looking out for after we see what's happening, what this is. And it could be nothing, right? But it's just weird.
Okay. What timestamp you want me to pull up?
Okay, so the timestamp will be hold on. What the fuck was the timestamp?
Or I guess, like, tell me what it is that I'm looking for. I might be able to find the timestamp.
Oh, sorry. No, I got it. It's starting at minute 46.
Okay. Do we need sound?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
But so what we're looking at is keeping an eye on just Rip and what he's looking at and potentially signaling towards Robbi. Right. So Rip is looking down, very similar to what we saw with Postle.
Mm-hmm.
At something that we don't know.
Do you want me to go back?
No, it's going to happen.
Okay.
Okay, so she's in the hand versus risque. Now he starts to just do something. So you could just play it.
I can't. We paused it yesterday.
Oh, I see. So now he starts going into this, and I'm not sure what's happening.
Right, like he's looking at his lap, you're saying?
Yeah, and then he does it again. Like what? And it's almost as if the hat is now worn on purpose.
Right.
You can't see anything.
Right.
So if something is in his lap, so now he's going to do it again on the turn. And then he's going to shake his head no towards. Okay, so now the turn hits. She checks. He goes back into his lap soon.
Oh, he did just shake his head no.
Correct.
Did he just lose a hand prior to this? Would that be an explanation? Okay.
I mean, we could look for that.
Shakes his hand no. Shakes his head no, and then she gets sucked out on. But she bets.
No, she calls.
No, she bluffs, remember?
Okay, yeah, that makes sense too. So now he's back and looking at something that we can't really tell. And now he looks up when the hand's over. So
he is very interested in the outcome, that's for sure.
Right. And there's multiple look downs. It's just very odd behavior here.
Yeah. Yeah. Huh. I mean
we could watch.
The head shake is the most notable thing to me. I agree with you about the looking down part, but like I've been bored in the game before and I've done that, but usually like my head is in my hands. This is disturbing to me because we've caught her looking off camera a bunch and it seems as though she's looking in his direction. That head shake is notable to me.
The head shake in combination with this look down.
But okay, so if we're interpreting it, what does it mean? That she's about to get sucked out on? Why did she bet the river?
We don't know. All I'm saying is that this is something we should look at moving forward. Like I said, it's nothing like I did.
Right. Crazy. But like when she's in hands, if there's a shot of rip, we should pay attention. And I do believe that they sit next to each other. I do believe they sit next to each other in the session we're about to look at. Juvian TV says it's because Rip had 5-4 offsuit. Looks like he was a bit tilted. The board would have hit him hard. Okay, that would make sense because on the turn he would have made. Is that 2 pair? Is it 6-3 deuce or? Oh, he would have flopped the nuts. Right. So maybe that is it. Right. Let's see.
It could be. Yeah.
Let's go back. Let's see what Rip was dealt. I mean, I'm sure it's 5-4. I trust our super chat. Why would he care, though? Like, he could have just opened. We might have skipped past it, to be honest. No, maybe not. All right, so here's the whole hand. I can't believe Andy folded 10-7 suited. Okay, yeah. Okay, Rip had 5-4 off. Okay. I'm gonna need to see more. I'm gonna need to see more. Yeah. I'm convinced that behavior is that of a man who would have flopped the nuts.
Yeah, that's certainly fair.
Okay.
All right, let's go back.
Something to take note of, but yeah, I think we'll leave this stream up just in case there's stuff to go back to. Or we won't. What the hell's going on here? Let me open a new window, sir. Nope. Okay. Fine. Fine. Okay, the one with Schwan. Where is Schwan? There we go. Okay. All right, let's get to some timestamps. Big shout out to Geno Beam on Reddit. Oh shit. He has everything hyperlinked. Now
What
we're
a
talking.
legend, dude.
Now we're talking. Yeah, let's go, dude. Let's go. Okay. Let's get the comms on.
Yeah, they're trying to really stack them. Yeah, they're going back in the middle. Yeah.
500.
For everyone that's messaging me on Twitter and stuff, I'm trying to get to everything as fast as I can.
What's different about Robbi? Was she wearing a hat last time? No, right?
Her hair is different.
Yeah. Did she have her hair up?
I don't remember, but her hair is different and no shades.
Yeah. Whatever. She looks very, very different to me here for some reason. Okay. So the hand history is
I think I did myself
Robbi under the gun limps for 100. Linglin raises 500 from under the gun 1. We can just follow it from there.
Don't talk about me.
Oh, Tim, that's right.
With a pot-sized bet on the river.
Tim has no hand.
The worst possible hand.
Garrett calls 8s.
It's party. I'll call.
A lot of information Tim is giving away to the table. Get a raise from Linglin. Called in a few spots. Flop is ace, ace, 9. Don't know what Tim has, but we can see that Robbi does have a pair of 9s. Garrett's 8s are no good right now. And Linglin's going to bet.
So check the Linglin. She's going to c-bet. Everybody folds.
Robbi makes the call. Robbi's still waiting for her chips.
Okay.
1,500.
Weird, but fine.
Linglin's having a tough night, but she's got to put that in the muck.
Having a
She
tough
does,
night.
and
We're
Robbi, welcome to the game.
barely an hour in.
Always fun to win the first hand.
What happened?
Get the monkey off your back, so to speak.
I have chips.
Okay. Nothing to see
David
there.
Tuckman here for Hustler Casino Live, brought to you by High Stakes Poker Productions. Just 1 hour into our 5-hour show, playing $25, $50,
Tim James.
50. I'm sorry, 25, 50, 100 with a $100 big blind ante. And you can see here we got the straddle on occasionally as well, so it becomes a 25, 50, 100, 200 game. Schwan raising the 600 with Ace King.
What'd you raise to pre-flop last time? Was it 8 or 1,000?
Robbi really hasn't gotten out of line so far. Does make the call here.
That's weird.
Okay.
Double straddle. She's calling out of the middle blind. Okay.
Yeah, I don't take any pre-flop stuff seriously in this environment. Let's go.
Sure.
Check. Small, sure,
Only because I like you on.
and we're done.
Did she call her Juan?
And because I have trash.
Not because you have to get the same treatment.
Okay.
Says her name right. He's been calling me Gary for 20 years.
Nothing to see there.
See?
What's my name?
There.
I don't know if you look like a yawn. What the fuck are you doing here? She got pissed.
No, I was like, I
They're
haven't.
missing all the markers. Neither Mexican nor Mexican.
Bad boy. Oh shit. Since I moved over, I wasn't paying attention.
How dare you raise me down?
What I'm gonna do is this way. I love
Yeah.
it. He was firing over
The
here.
good thing about the dice is it actually has a defined line.
How dare you
I'm
gonna
wearing a
raise me
hoodie.
down by
I have a fan.
permission?
I know. Take my hoodie.
How about it?
I'm not going there. I'm not going no matter what.
You can't show off the pecs now.
How did so much money get in this pot?
Shame over there.
You feel that, Gary?
Is that good?
Hold up.
Very good.
What have I missed?
Firing over here.
Oh, let's get the fuck out of here.
Since I moved over, I wasn't paying attention.
How dare you raise me not
So she's going to limp call Jack 8 off for 7x.
Does it actually has a defined line?
Strong.
How dare you gonna raise me without my permission? How about it?
Okay. She's gambling. She missed. Check fold, I assume.
Put you to shame over there.
You feel that, Garrett?
Is that good? Yeah, it's perfect. Very good.
Okay.
I'm done playing like that now. I had you beat. You did. I know.
45 minutes left in our show.
All I really know is that I'm a huge fan of Linglin. Okay, so this is the first real hand of note. Let's set this one up. So this is hold on a second. Let me make sure that these are going in order. Oh wow. Okay. So it seems as though there's like no hands involving Robbi for like 3 hours. So from like hour 2 to hour 4.5, she just like seemingly doesn't play anything. And then this hand comes up between her and Garrett, and this is like the highlight hand of the show. This is the one that I don't know if you've seen it yet, but it kind of, we could start to look for a lot of those like behavior things that I was talking about from the previous stream. Like you saw all these other hands, they were very short, they were very quick. It seems as though there's nothing going on as far as her gaming the system or anything along those lines. Let's see how this one plays out.
Sorry, you missed your chance, man. That was a great opportunity. What's going on, buddy?
I know.
That was the spot.
I know.
I had to take it if you weren't. She may beat my brains in every hand we play, but I can count on someone else. Stay with that, Linglin.
Okay, Garrett's going to 3-bet the big.
I don't want to talk to you.
She just calls. We saw this in the last episode where like she has no interest seemingly in 4-betting hands like this. The only reason I think that's notable to me is because her hand is very strong. Like I don't care how amateur you are, there seems like there should be some level of thought or consideration whenever you have a hand like this and you're facing Garrett. Like this whole idea of I want to get Garrett, right? Like let's go back to that narrative of like I want to get Garrett. Maybe I guess it hasn't developed yet because this is stream 1, but it seems as though she would at least consider 4-betting the most aggressive player at the table. No? Chin doing some shady shit.
I'm on DEFCON. I'm in DEFCON 1 right now, man. I'm getting a bunch of links and stuff on
all right,
Twitter
man.
DMs.
Hey, you work behind the
help.
scenes. Just loop me in when you can.
That was a great opportunity.
Yeah, but yeah, she should 4-bet more. Yeah.
Sure.
I know.
That was the spot.
I know.
I had to take it if you weren't.
Don't worry, Joe. We're gonna get to the aces hand. I know exactly what one you're talking
Beat
about.
my brains in every hand we play, but I can count on someone else. Stay with that, Linglin.
I don't want to talk to you.
Okay, 8-6-4. Two hearts and a
For
spade.
Garrett. Robbi's ace king, no good anymore.
I'm stuck.
No rip. He seems to be away from the table.
Oh, no.
Half pot.
Robbi makes the call. Pot
Calls
now
without too much thought.
$12,825. A king would be devastating for her.
That's such a better
That was pretty bad.
I should bet. I'd rather bet than her.
Okay, half pot again.
Double barrel from Garrett, and this hand's over.
Okay. This is what I'm talking about, right? So now she's facing a double barrel on this board texture where it's obvious that ace king is fucking garbage, right? Like this hand is nothing. And her whole demeanor changed from the flop. She had nothing on the flop. Now she's facing a double barrel in a spot where like she very clearly has nothing, right? Watch her demeanor change.
Garrett, and this hand's over.
That's not good enough.
I have a good hand, but it's not good enough. Shout out to the King of Bakersfield. Thank you for becoming a member, my man. Appreciate you.
I'm watching.
Long tank. Look back. Okay. Why signal the strength of your hand? That's the part that I don't understand. So why signal that you're weak and then continue with the hand? That's what's the erratic behavior to me. It's not that she talks out loud. It's not that she takes her time in a very marginal spot. It's not that even that like she does some erratic things with the way she plays her hand. It's that she's so willing to tip the strength of her hand and then makes the best hand. That's the only thing that's and don't get me wrong, like I understand how crazy this sounds. I definitely feel like we are jumping to conclusions. I'm not trying to turn this into a witch hunt where it's like, okay, this is a clear indicator that she's cheating. I'm just trying to say, in a vacuum, this hand looks completely fucking normal. Like nothing is out of question, right? But if we put it in context to the other hands that are suspect, there seems to be a consistent thread line. That's the only thing I'm trying to say is like there's something to pull at here.
What do I know?
When
Robbi
we
makes
look
the
at
call.
these, like calling ace king here again is just a little bit strange, right?
And the river's an ace. She hits her 3-outer. Wow. A king would have been devastating for her, as she would have lost a monster pot. Now she's suddenly
And she
gonna
set herself
win
up for a relatively
huge
low
pot.
SPR too,
And at
right?
this point, if you
Calling
Garrett, you
turn
gotta
with
realize
sub
you
1
gotta think, okay,
SPR
I've
is
got the worst hand.
very dicey with ace king. What are you
Am I
doing
now
facing
bluffing
jams
at it?
unimproved?
And he is.
Now, I think this is a strong case for her. She makes gin, she has the nut flush blocker, and doesn't know what to do.
Robbi has the king of hearts in her hand, though.
Who's she staring at?
How
Garrett?
much is that?
How much is it?
It's
She put
everything
you all
you've
in.
got. Exactly. All you got. Pot was $25,000. It's $19,375 to call. She's getting a little bit more than 2-1.
But, oh shit, my bad.
Night, Sammy.
The other thing to consider here, hold on, I'll pull this one back up. The other thing that I want to note here is
45 minutes left.
some
on our
of
show.
the mannerisms that we see also, right? So the leaning forward, the chatter, like she drilled gin. So like I think this is a
It's
case for
everything
her
you've got.
in some regard.
Exactly.
Maybe she's just that
All you got.
confused.
Pot was $25,000. It's $19,375 to call. She's getting a little bit more than 2-1. He's basically got a flush or nothing, right? She has the king of hearts.
Why are her eyes to the right? Garrett's to the left. What's going on?
I thought the hand was
What's she
over
looking
on the
at?
turn.
What?
I call.
Robbi calls.
Of course you call.
Jesus Christ. Nice. Good call.
No way.
Good end.
If that king wasn't a heart, I wouldn't have. Wow. Thank you.
Is that what you thought you had after you gave me the turn? I like all in them. Maybe, Linglin.
I don't know,
I thought you had the
man.
same hand as me. I was like, does he have ace king?
I don't think anything of this. Like this type of table talk is very common with amateurs. So like I don't think that this by any stretch is is indicating that she's cheating. Oh shit. All right. I'm gonna play this hand again from the beginning. I gotta take a call.
$45 minutes left in our show.
That's right. 200. I'm the 200, right? Now I'm on 2. Oh. Don't tell us that. Don't tell us that. 600.
Sorry, you missed your chance, man. That was a great opportunity. What's going on, buddy?
I know.
That was the spot.
I know.
I had to take it if you weren't. She may beat my brains in every hand we play, but I can count on someone else. Say good day, Linglin.
Heads up. I don't want to talk to you.
Pair of sixes for Garrett. Robbi's ace king, no good anymore.
I'm stuck. Oh, no. What's up?
Robbi makes the call. Pot now $12,825. A king would be devastating for her.
That was pretty bad.
I wrote that in her.
Double barrel from Garrett, and this hand's over.
That's not good enough.
What do I know? Robbi makes the call. And the river's an ace. She hits her 3-outer. Wow. A king would have been devastating for her, as she would have lost a monster pot. Now she's suddenly going to win a huge pot. And at this point, if you're Garrett, you've got to realize, you've got to think, okay, I've got the worst hand. Am I now bluffing at it? And he is. Robbi has the king of hearts in her hand, though.
How much is that?
It's everything you've got.
All you got.
Exactly. All you got. Pot was $25,000. It's $19,375 to call. She's getting a little bit more than 2-1. He's basically got a flush or nothing, right? She has the king of hearts. I thought the hand was over on the turn.
I call.
Robbi calls.
Jesus Christ. Nice. Good call.
No way.
Good end.
If that king wasn't a heart, I wouldn't have. Wow. Thank you.
Is that what you thought she had after she gave you the speech on the turn?
Mm-hmm.
I liked all of them. Maybe, really.
I thought you had the same hand as me. I was like, does he have ace king?
你选大鱼，可是你看这个，我觉得他有可能是小鱼。
你是大肥鱼。
小鱼，再过一个小时有。
Garrett loses a monster pot. And Robbi hits the ace on the river and calls the bluff from Garrett. What a play. What a hand.
Sean, you really hurt Linglin.
No, it was just
You
a
really
really bad
hurt her.
payoff.
10, 16, 17, 18, 9.
18, right?
That's correct. That's a tough spot. I probably wouldn't fold any pair to me either. There was no bluff at all.
Good end. Good call.
I got lucky on the river.
Got curious.
Suspicious spot. You just close your eyes and you flick it in.
Yeah.
Big
You
pot.
call somebody and you just look at them and you know by the way
Let her drag the pot. It's nice, right?
You guys like
Yeah, enjoy it.
Call.
Great call.
I do like the quick. You're like, oh.
Straddle? Straddle.
You came to LA, Garrett put you to the test, and you passed.
That's true.
How does it feel?
We're getting deep enough for the 4.
Feels good, right?
Not like a bluff size bet.
Anybody gets around a 4? Anybody?
It doesn't feel too right.
Let her run as good as you did in the first hour. I'd be up for whatever.
I just like to do dumb decisions.
No, it's 200. That's 200?
Same.
100.
They just don't work out ever.
It's a 400 straddle in C2.
How much time is left?
It's like 25 minutes. 30 minutes.
400?
Straddle.
It's a straddle.
If everybody else is doing.
Robbi hasn't had a time to stack her chips yet after winning that monster pot. What a call in the river. Not an easy spot.
She was. I think you were.
A what?
Ask him what he had.
I had a 6. Yeah. I had the best hand on the
Oh, that was a fun hand. Did you enjoy it?
Very nice hand.
At least you,
I like
at least
it-
you
I
can
like it
rest
when I
easy
lose
knowing you
to,
played
like-
it well.
Just twist,
Right?
keep twisting the knife, Nick.
Just like the Dylan hand.
Could be expensive.
Look at Nikki Airball just absolutely needling.
Really, I'm serious.
It's like Max Payne Wednesday.
I know Garrett really just wants to play good, so I just want him to know that I think he played it good.
I'll play my cards. You play your cards.
Although I did tell Lulu you're a small fish after that.
We have more than half an hour.
I mean, it's good. It's just not.
How you say bluff in Mandarin?
OG, still steal your chickens.
About 7.
I thought I saw you had some evil thoughts, huh?
Oh, yes, I did.
Yeah, good. You don't do it. I'm not in the mood to mess around. I was gonna.
That was my thought.
Yeah.
And suddenly it's Robbi who's our big winner. Juan right behind her. They are up a combined 60,000. Gatorade up 21.8. So a lot of the new names here on Hustler Casino Live
What's happening?
performing very well on this Wednesday evening.
Give you a discount. You should always come up.
Huh? Yeah.
Being the best.
Okay then. Here, give you a chance to hang yourself. How much?
He said. No, ma'am.
Snap call,
anymore.
really? I was expecting a fold.
Lucky I didn't raise.
All right, I'm back, team. Sorry about that.
Pair of 10s.
Check.
After
Interesting
Linglin says
stuff.
you're lucky
Interesting
they didn't
stuff we got
raise you.
going on. Nothing reportable, but something for us to keep an eye on. Okay, so this Ace King King 6 hand, I want to go over it one last time because it's not precisely the way she plays the hand that's concerning to me. It's more so just like the overall mannerisms. Oh, sorry. More so the overall mannerisms and the consistency by which I've seen that in hands that appear suspect to me. So the actual line she takes is fine. Calling pre is a trap. It'll happen at some frequency. Floating flop, especially with the King of Hearts, is very standard. I imagine her hand literally never folds the flop in theory. And then calling the turn versus half pot is certainly theoretically approved, especially with the King of Hearts. So like what she says about if it weren't the King of Hearts, I would have not called or whatever, is very true. Shout out to Landon in the chat. What's good, my man? So all of those things are very true, but she's not a solver. If anything, we are leaning very heavy into the fact that she's a recreational player. So the choice to double float here is certainly an abnormal one. Most amateur players that I've come across are not playing these spots well, right? That's what makes them amateurs. You just get to run them over relentlessly in spots where they forget to 4-bet pre, where they catch an 8-high board and you double barrel into them and they just have high cards. Like, these are spots where as professionals, we should very easily be able to expect an overfold in this situation. And we just didn't, right? And yeah, yesterday watching the hands, I was very much heavy on the side of she likely didn't cheat. But I could not get over. So for what it's worth, I'm still like 50-50. Like, I know that it sounds like I'm taking a hard shift towards cheating, but it's more so that I'm looking through it, or I'm looking at it through a more critical lens of cheating could be possible. And the reason is that I just could not shake her mannerisms, her speech. It's all so consistent with somebody who's lying. So like, I'm getting to a point now where like I'm not in any way, shape, or form convinced that she's cheating or that she has cheated, but I feel very strongly that she rarely tells the truth. And that could just be her personality, right? She could just be the type of person who, lies about hand histories to make herself feel better or to look better or whatever the case may be. I know millions of these people. I'm friends with people like this, right? But it's just this inconsistency that keeps popping up over and over again. And when I rewatch the Jack 4 hand, which I have to tell you at this point, I've watched it 100 times, there has not been one single time that I watched it and thought to myself, that can occur. Like, that could just occur if you're new, you know? That could just occur.
What do I know? Robbi makes the call. And the river's an ace. She hits her 3-outer. Wow. A king would have been devastating for her, as she would have lost a monster pot. Now she's suddenly going to win a huge pot. And at this point, if you're Garrett, you've got to realize, you've got to think, okay, I've got the worst hand. Am I now bluffing at it? And he is. Robbi has the king of hearts in her hand, though.
How much is that?
It's everything you've got.
All you got.
Exactly. All you got. Pot was $25,000. It's $19,375 to call.
I do think that,
She's
like, again, I've said this before. I think that this could go either way.
Nothing, right?
Like, her inability to know what to do once she's made it. But this is what's weird to me.
She has the king of hearts.
Why? Why are we leaning and looking? I don't know, man. I don't know. This, like, look to the right. It's like she's searching for Rip, and he's just not at the table.
I thought the hand was over on the turn.
I call.
Robbi calls.
Yeah, good call, obviously. I mean, this is a no-brainer. That was the most layup part of the decision.
No way.
I can't shake the
If that king wasn't a heart, I wouldn't have.
telling the strength of her hand on the turn either, right? Tyler Geek says, have you discussed or asked if Robbi and Rip demanded to always play with each other? I don't think they have to demand. They're both viewed as whales by the game runners. So, like, when they want to play, they have seats, period. And by my best knowledge, the session that she plays with Bill Klein, she does not play with Rip that session.
I was like, does he have ace king?
But there is a rumor floating around, a very substantiated rumor from people that were there and that I trust implicitly, that said she did not draw for her seat that session at all.
Garrett loses a
and was just given seat
pot.
2.
And Robbi hits the ace on the river and
then, you know,
calls.
additionally, we
Off
kind of
from
showed
Garrett.
that
What a play.
the seat draw yesterday
hand.
looked a little bit funny.
Sean, you really hurt Linglin.
No, it was just
You
a
really
really bad
hurt her.
payoff.
10, 16,
What do you think, Chin?
9.
18.
That's correct.
That's a tough spot.
Chin's on these back channels, man. We can't keep his attention.
What do you have? Oh,
No bluff
never mind.
at all.
Nah, yeah, I mean, a lot of things look weird, but, like, nothing's concrete. I think we just have to watch these hands. But, yeah, I mean, look, the problem is her mannerisms could just be one of, like, someone that's, like, very new to the game that is playing at a big stage. That's the problem.
You guys like
Yeah, enjoy it.
Yeah, that's the problem that that's the real problem that I'm currently having right now, is that it only makes sense in the grand picture of things, right? So, like, it only makes sense in the context of everything considered at once, like considering that A, she is cheating, B, that there is some consistency between her table talk and
30 minutes left.
her strength of hand and things of that nature, and then C, that she never seems to make like she hasn't seemed to have made a wrong decision on the river for a substantial amount of money. Like basically, if the pot is over 20K, I haven't seen her make an error yet. Nothing close to it. All of the errors that she's made seem to be somewhere in the neighborhood of like 3,000 to 6,000, right? So relatively small. And I don't know why that is. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Maybe we haven't seen enough spots yet. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, the problem that we're going to have at the end of the day that we all know is that the sample is small.
Yeah,
So we're
and
gonna
it's
have
so
to make some
subjective,
inference.
right? Like I'm reaching a bit whenever I try to tie all these things together. I'm basically saying that there's a lot about Robbi that does not pass the sniff test. But I'm also acknowledging that I don't have a smoking gun to point to. I haven't seen her play any hands as out of line as the Jack 4. And I haven't really found conclusive, let's call it evidence, I guess, that these hands that are suspect to me were suspect in her benefit, right? Because like they're a mixed bag. They're hands where like the Jack 8 like is a very sus hand to me, the Jack 8 of diamonds versus Garrett's Queen 4, but
Yeah.
she like she puts money into the pot dead. So like I it's easy for me to just say like, well, maybe I'm like looking for something here because she puts money into the pot dead. But the thing is, she also put very little money in dead, and then a whole lot of money was saved whenever she was trying to make a river decision that makes no sense. Like the river just makes no sense. Like she tanks with Jack high in a spot where it's almost impossible for Garrett to be bluffing worse. She says that you missed a draw. She's actually holding the draw. Jack 10 got there. And then she swears that she was thinking about jamming. But she's revealed the strength of her hand. Like, she verbally says, like, I think you missed a draw, like, tank, time chip, waist shake, fold. You know, there's just some things that are strange to me. So, this is the aces versus 7-6 hand. Have you seen this one yet, Chin? Christian?
No.
Okay.
No.
I can stop trying to bring you in if you're doing something. If you're on that investigative side, just let me know, bro.
Well, like I'm getting a bunch of messages, but I don't want to bring them all into the stream, so I'm trying to vet them.
Yeah.
And then if there's
Rightfully
something, then I'll bring it in. You know.
Yeah, I get it. I'll try to keep your camera up a little bit more closely so I can get a read on your face to know if you're on the grind. Okay, so to set up this ace hand. Again, this one's abundantly weird. So this is the first one where I'm putting my foot down and saying, like, it doesn't make any sense that she keeps, quote unquote, trapping with such strong hands, but then seems to not know what to do after the fact. Now, maybe she's playing dumb, but this ace's hand is very strange. So she 3-bets, Linglin cold fours, she calls. And then Linglin flops a pair, and basically Robbi like begs her not to bet every street thereafter. Ultimately, with Linglin rivering trips. My antenna's just up, man. You're trapping the whole way, and your opponent is betting. That's precisely what you want with aces, even if you're an amateur and don't know better. Like, I don't know. Something's weird here. Right, something's weird. So let's take a look.
It's had its lows, but for the most part, this has been a really fantastic evening of poker.
Everything shuts down. Don't still love Arkansas? Yeah, I mean it's home to me, so I mean I'm biased, so yeah.
It's not the heat that's so bad, it's the fucking humidity.
Yes, brutal, absolutely brutal.
I've been in Houston for the last month, like 40 some days. Yeah. Dude, I'm in one.
Get a raise from Garrett. Robbi with aces once again is 3-betting. Linglin, did she 4-bet?
And it poured every day for a month.
Ouch. There's the 4-bet from Linglin.
Okay, and they're deep.
I know a lot of players will
like 600 blinds
aces.
effective.
I do not think Robbi will. I think Robbi's doesn't really want to see a flop and lose a monster pot. She's up 30K on the night already. I expect her to 5-bet, which is exactly why she calls. I know nothing. Why do I even talk? It's a great play from Robbi.
Let me look.
She's in position. I mean, calling the 4-bet is just brilliant by her, so give her credit.
Oh, yeah? That's not bad.
I just did not think she would do it.
So, I'm gonna bet 4,000.
She bets 4,000. I mean, Robbi's loving her.
Now, remember the queen spot, right? Remember how fast she played top set in a spot where she was acting instantaneously, right? Now let's look at this one where she's supposedly trapping with aces. She catches a 5-7 deuce board, which is gin. She's almost always beating overpairs here. She chooses not to raise.
Linglin is repping an overpair.
Okay, she's in position. I can understand that to some degree. You're going to face a barrel again a lot.
Pocket pair?
Let's hear what she says.
Jack's one of the cards that could theoretically have hit Linglin's range.
Check, check.
No. Whoa, would you?
She tries to coerce her into checking on the turn jack. Why? What are we afraid of? And was she planning on checking back? If that's the case. She says check, check. And Linglin says no. No, no, no.
I'm thinking. What's happening?
Look how confident Robbi is right now.
I was just asking.
She's feeling it.
I'm not in, it's not my turn.
All right. Just want to clarify.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Oh, man, you got to love this stuff. Pot is $15,000. Action on Linglin. I mean, she's got to know she's behind, right? Robbi called the 4-bet and then called this pot. I mean, I guess she could have ace-king.
Insta calls.
And Linglin bets 10,000 and Robbi calls. Oh, the river's another 7. You got to be kidding me.
Yeah. What do you have? I'll show you. Want to check?
She tries to get her to check again.
Oh, wow.
You don't have better than me. You
What a
don't.
dream scenario for Linglin.
I'm gonna bet small. Okay.
I'll call it.
Okay.
I might re-raise.
Don't say that. You got queens? Better?
So she's telling the truth again.
Linglin wants to make sure she gets called, but she knows Robbi's got a huge hand.
I think you're tricking me.
I got lucky. I think I got lucky. I'm sorry.
I'm very lucky. You did that.
I'm just so lucky.
Okay. I have some thoughts. What I have some thoughts here. I feel like this is not a great indicator of her cheating because this is very inconsistent with her behavior otherwise, right? She acted very quickly on every street. She never really leaned forward until after she called on the river. She didn't take her time in any single spot. This is consistent to the queen's hand, in my opinion, where it seems as though she's just trying to play a smallish pot that's under control because she's afraid of something. I don't know. This hand is not high on my suspicion list. Yeah, Geek, I agree. He said this is identical to the queen's hand. The only difference is that she didn't fast play it, right? She slow played it to death. And maybe it's because she's terrified of jacks in this particular situation, right? She's just afraid of jacks full. But she has aces and just like kind of has to pay. I don't believe if she's cheating that she was really doing so in this particular hand. That's actually a really interesting comment too. D. Purdy says she's happy when she loses, but indifferent when she wins. I mean, the happiness could just be her relationship with Linglin. It seems like they're pretty friendly at the table.
You you trapped me
I
very
did.
well.
I did slow
You
play.
really trapped me very
Nice
well.
hand.
Thank
See,
you.
I like that paint too. I'll take that paint.
I'm crazy. You don't know me.
People say you don't get lucky.
You play the hand so well. I just really got super, super lucky.
That's why you can't slow play aces.
Really can. Next time, don't ever slow play aces. Just raise me so I can fold.
Yeah, I mean, if I saw that hand in a vacuum, I would think that there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. And even in the context of the other hands that are sus, that hand doesn't remind me of the Jack 4 at all. Nothing about that hand correlates or seems to correlate to the Jack 4. Joe, if you're still in the chat, Bartoli, okay, here, he just chimed in. What did you think was so suspect here compared to the Jack 4? He said, when she has Jack 4, she seems like she knows she will win. This hand, she seems to know that she will lose, or at least doesn't know what the outcome is. Okay, I can get on board with the she doesn't know. This hand, I agree with you. By comparison to the Jack 4, yes, I agree. Everything about her body language, everything about the conversation being had, everything about her sticking 100,000 in with Jack 4 high, like, I feel like so much of us have, or so many of us have lost sight of the fact that that actually happened, right? You know, man, I'm so torn. I just keep coming back. Like, I'm so 50-50. On one hand, I think like it's completely plausible that there is something suspicious taking place. On the other hand, I just see a hand like that and I'm just like, well, I mean, she just isn't great at the pokers, you know? She's just new. And I don't want to get too influenced by reading into her body language and things of that nature. But like when you do this for as long as I have, and I think almost anybody who plays live poker consistently can speak to this, you notice mannerisms that are just inauthentic, right? And so much about her interview, about the rhetoric thereafter, creating this story that she thought it was Jack 3 long after the fact, which clearly does not align with what she thought happened in real time. Like, I'll die on that hill. That's legitimately the only hill I'm willing to die on right now, is that she absolutely 100%, well, not 100%, she absolutely, almost certainty, at least beyond a shadow of a doubt in my mind, did not believe she had Jack 3. I feel highly, highly, highly confident on that. And I feel like it was just a very logical lie that she could jump to very quickly. With that said, I don't have a strong stance on anything else. And it's why I've been kind of shifting my narrative a lot to, well, I don't know if we're going to resolve this, but what I do know is we should be fucking resolving the security issues in these streams, right? Like, to me, it just becomes abundantly clear that these games are ripe for the picking. And what this is going to do, for better or for worse, is it's going to put Hustler under the microscope, right? Suddenly, everybody's going to start looking at players and their win rates. They're going to start analyzing their hands the way that we're doing to Robbi. They're going to start to look at the games that they play in, like how likely it is. Do they always take the same seat? Do they always play in the same consistent lineup and then duck other lineups? Like, what is attributing to these outliers that we're potentially seeing? That's the beauty and the danger of these stream games and having all this data. And that's why I'm so bullish on upgrading these systems so that they can collect all of the data fully, and at a minimum, a third party is able to parse through it, utilizing enough, let's call it poker influence software, to determine what the likelihood of somebody cheating or taking an unscrupulous edge would be. Whoops, sorry about that, Chin. What you got? He says nothing. Shout out to the super chat. He said the weird mannerisms could be her ego wanting to appear like she's thinking through everything. She said herself that she makes egotistical calls. Yep. I'm telling you, man, like, I believe it. Or I don't. I don't not believe it. Let's put it that way. I just here's what I'm struggling with. Like, is there a world, and you guys tell me, is there a world that's highly probable where she is both a liar and not a cheater? I think the answer is yes, but I think that that's what's making this so hard for me to comb through in an objective manner, because I feel very strongly that she is a liar. I do not feel very strongly that she's cheating, and that's a struggle right now for me, right? Because Garrett does feel very strongly that she's cheating, and he had played with her twice. He went through all this footage already. Like, I'm watching a lot of this for the first time, and he's staking his reputation on this. So, like, I do put a lot of trust into his vantage point, you know? Not enough to make me say, okay, without a shadow of doubt, she's doing X, Y, or Z, but definitely to a degree where it's like, I'm not taking this lightly. Shout out to my man Dom. He says, assuming innocence, everything is different versus Garrett. She's targeting him for publicity. Jack forehand is marketing expense. If she happens to win, even better. Then his angry response shakes her. Okay, let's explore that narrative a little bit, right? Let's assume she is innocent, and let's assume that her sole goal is to make a name for herself on these stream games. What do you estimate her upside value of that would be? Because here's what I see. I see a very attractive woman who's quite inexperienced at poker and already has a way in to play any and every single game that she wants. So she doesn't have to market to get into games. That then bears the question of, like, what is she marketing to? Is it to be a star of this show? That could potentially be it. But what's the dollar value assigned to that? If she's not good at poker, and I'm not trying to say this in a condemning way, but, like, you know, we've seen enough up until this point to at least agree, I would think, that she's not good at poker. She's not winning. Like, I don't think she has a win rate in these Friday games, right? They're tough games. For an amateur at least. So if she's not winning, then what's the upside to the publicity? What's the upside to the marketing? What does she gain out of this, right? And without being able to answer that, I just have a hard time buying into that thread that this was all a vendetta against Garrett to take him down, to knock him off the crown, and allow herself to sit atop. Rip has to be worth a lot of fucking money if that's true, right? Like, for her to play the Friday game every week, look, I know what it's like to find backing for those games. You have to find people that are willing to put up like 2, 3, 4, 5 million, depending on, like, the stakes. That's tough. Charles K says, look at Andy's hand in chat. Sorry, Grit, I missed your last super chat. Feel free to just write it. You don't have to super chat us again. But he says, should have been real-time collection of logs, data dumps, and handled with chain of custody protocol. If cheating occurred, tracks could be covered now. Totally agree with you. Wholeheartedly. That's why I'm really beating this to death. Like, again, my sole reason for keeping this story alive is because I want the fucking protocols to change. I want to see security measures increase. Like, I jokingly said, I'm just going to turn Soul for Y into a security consulting firm for stream games. But, like, as much as I want to see this change, and as much as I think that I could hire the people qualified to do this, I also know that, like, I'm not qualified to be the person to secure these streams. I know what protocols to create, right? I could come up with a pretty solid system that anybody with half a brain could follow if they're willing to run a stream, but I'm not in cybersecurity. It's been 20 years since I've programmed, so I don't really know shit about shit when it comes to the actual back-end coding and making sure that all these systems are secure. So who can do it, man? Somebody's out there. Somebody needs to step up, and more importantly, these stream houses need to be pressured into getting these third parties and leading with it. Like, not necessarily advertising it, but like letting us know that we are safe, because team X, Y, or Z is a part of it. Publishing their protocols for if an incident occurs, right? I want to know that all of the data is collected, as Grit mentioned. I want to know that there's a full log of every hand that was played. I want to know that there's protocol of what to do with the decks, of what to do with, the actual system itself. Like I said, I think it's negligent that Hustler continues to operate after the fact, right? Because they're using the same system. It's not like they brought in another system. They didn't go get another server to operate off of. They're just using the same one. And that means that if it were infiltrated, it's still cracked. And there's still a likelihood that it could be taken advantage of, right? That's a problem. That's a big, big problem.
Can we take a look at Brian Rast's tweet from like an hour ago?
Okay. I got you. All right, we're looking for Rast.
Yeah, I don't know. There's some people in the chat said to give it a look.
All right.
I think Rast is on the side of that she didn't cheat, right?
No.
Sure, I think so.
He switched. The 1159, that's some spiritual guide. That one?
Well, someone I know today said, I mean, look, we could just read his entire thing, I guess.
Oh, shit. That's not good. I just got sent a Twitter authentication code, which means somebody's trying to log into my Twitter. That's bad. Okay, so reading this tweet, he says, he quotes, I'm guessing this is Bart's video, maybe? Oh, no, it's just Hustler. So 1159. Let's listen to it.
I saw that shit. It happened. There's some reason you did it.
There's multiple reasons I did it.
Wow. You only needed one. You thought Jack High was good.
That's like some spiritual guide from outer space.
I ran it twice because I didn't think Jack High could be good.
Oh, like that is like.
Okay, so Rast is quoting Rip. That's like some spiritual guide from outer space telling you in your ear, call.
You have bigger balls than most.
But it was.
I know.
He says, interesting comment to make in the moment by her backer at the table. Somebody I know today said, I've been around liars and cheats a lot, and I can tell you most of them like to confess in a sarcastic fashion. It's kind of like letting the air, or it kind of lets the air out. Everybody loves to be clever. Idiots reveal that they aren't by opening their mouths. Pride is the devil. I've never heard this phrase, pride is the devil. Ooh. Andy wants to call in. I think we should have him on. Let's do that. All right, we're going to get Andy on Discord here momentarily. So then Rast says, again, is this proof that she cheated? No, but it's quite definitely odd. A comment like this by a person backing her in the game, a rank amateur who's never played this big, getting a 50% free roll, that alone is odd. Just data to consider for your probability calculations. I think Rast is like same boat as me, man. Nothing fucking adds up, you know? It's like... what the fuck is going on here, guys? You know, like what is going on here? I'm going to try to get Andy in on this call. See what he has to say.
Sorry, Andy told me to look at something. I lost it in the chat.
I assumed that wasn't
Andy.
I assumed that wasn't really
You looked
Andy.
at it already?
No, but I assumed it wasn't really Andy. Somebody in the chat says Bill Klein said they didn't draw for seats when he played with Robbi a week ago. I heard similar things. Will not confirm if it was from Bill Klein or not, but I did hear from very reliable sources that she did not draw. And then as we kind of mentioned yesterday, it looked very clear that her seat was kind of influenced, if you will.
Okay, so I think Andy wants us to look at the Jack Deuce versus Ace Deuce hand, but I don't know where that is. I would have to look for it. If anybody has a timestamp, we'll definitely look at it.
Jack Deuce versus Ace Deuce, you said?
Yeah.
Which session?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, so this is a great point Scott makes. If I'm getting staked, Jack High would be the last thing I call if I ever want to get staked again, especially when it's live. Not only that, but like people who are staked on free rolls aren't more risk or aren't bigger risk takers. They are in the sense of like they don't lay down close spots, like they don't fold monsters, right? The way that somebody on Scared Money would. But they're also just like counting their pennies when they're up. When they're up 30K, they're literally like, oh, half of this is mine. And they kind of set it aside type of thing. Especially like assuming this money means anything to her, which I do assume that it's pretty substantial. What is my Discord name? What is my Discord name? Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to get this worked out.
Okay, 5, 6. All right, let's put it on.
Give me a sec. All right, what am I looking at? Chin?
5, 5, 6.
In this session?
5 hour 50s. The main session, the Jack 4 session.
Oh, okay. The hand, you mean? 5, 4, 6.
Nice hand.
Thank you.
So we said
5 hours. 5 hours 56 minutes.
56 minutes.
If he's slightly stuck now, we'll probably get a win-loss figure here coming out.
So
Just kept adding on.
Flop is 5, 6, 3, something like that. Right? He has ace 3, she had 7, 6. I have Jack King 10 of clubs, and there are 2 clubs on the board. He bets 4,000 with a bottom pair. She raises.
Because I was afraid of the clubs.
Right.
Yeah.
All I know is that you were.
Yes. And it hit on the turn. And the only reason I didn't call because he already called before even reacting.
Shake my head, make it look like I have a shitty hand, and then I'm gonna flop a fucking flops, right? That's what happens.
1,000 more.
See, now that you did that.
Well, Robbi has limp called here with Jack Deuce, Andy raising with Ace Deuce off.
Check. Okay. Raise to 6,000.
And Robbi here just going to check raise with air, but Andy's got top pair, so he's not going anywhere.
Snap check raise.
2K to 6K.
How did we miss this hand yesterday?
Ace
I mean, I don't know how she's
gives
going.
Andy the check
I
mark.
mean, there's no way she wins this.
Check. Check.
And Andy's going to check behind. Check, check. River is an 8.
mean, she gives up, right?
And she, I assume. I don't know.
15,000.
Wow, 15,000 verbally without even putting the chips out. But I think, wow, this is interesting.
He's
I have
gonna
to say,
snap,
as played. Andy's going to be concerned that she was check raising a larger ace or a flush draw. She limped in pre-flop. It's blind versus blind. He's going to make the call, though. Not in the folding mood. And he's going to win it here with trip aces.
So what do you guys want us to look at?
Do you have a hand? If you don't have a hand.
No, I actually, no. I gotta check, because now I'm fucking everybody.
Were you bluffing? You were?
Oh my, what the fuck? Come on.
What do you mean? I have top pair. What do you want me to?
What a hand, Andy. I like that. I like the paint. I'm impressed. Congratulations. Good, nice hand. Oh, just trips. Just...
Okay, so Andy wanted, according to the chat, Andy wanted us to watch her
I
reaction.
guess a flush would say that.
Yeah.
This entire kind of interaction.
I mean, it's very fake.
Nice hand.
Thank you.
Wow. Why wouldn't you flip that over immediately?
I never know. You just showed Usuke top set. I don't know what you have.
Pocket sixes.
My hand's like.
Come on.
I think Robbi loves the drama.
I like it.
It
I
just,
like to be beat out by a much better hand. 22. It feels good. I like the pain. I like the pain.
Ooh, Andy with aces now.
Turn those over. I'd be like, jam. Upside down.
All right, we're calling Andy now. Oh. Didn't get him. Andy, if you're watching, you can just join. I added you to a group with Christian. I think you can just join at your whim.
Okay, so what we were watching was just sort of like how weird she was acting, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, her mannerisms were for sure super weird. Yo, you there?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, what's going? Yep. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you guys.
Okay,
so,
cool.
Basically, like for that hand that we just saw, like I guess what I want to get at is that, you know, I've been watching a lot of the other hands as well, the way she was behaving, and I just think that trying to figure out how she's acting in every hand and trying to like interpret what that means is just going down like a very dangerous path. Because what I noticed, like the hand where she tried to bluff me just now when I had trips, like notice the way that she talks, like just the banter and then not wanting to open her hand when I called.
Yeah.
It was similar to the one where the Jack 4 when they were all in and she was embarrassed to open. It's just, I think a lot of the stuff she does, might read from playing, you know, the hours with her is just, it's just random. And it reminds me a lot of like the times when I've played with other amateurs and the things they do both physically and the stuff they say verbally, as including their lines that they take. You know, it's just completely random. And I think, you know, I appreciate the efforts you guys are making and trying to dissect every single hand she's played on stream. But I just think like you guys aren't, it's going to be a big challenge to try to find some consistency there that can be interpreted. You know, like I don't think there's any pattern. I think she's just completely random and she's just new to the game. And I think maybe with the stakes being new, like high for her, like, you know, I don't think there's anything that is going to be consistent there that can be interpreted. You know, I just think it's just it's like looking at clouds and looking for, shapes, like it's just like trying to figure out what it means when she leans in or when she tilts her head. I will say this, okay? When I was playing with her, even though I didn't notice anything that was like out of the ordinary, I did not notice any vibration. I didn't hear any sounds. I didn't see any lights. If I did, I think I would have got up as well. But I will say this that did bug me was that it felt like she was tanking pre-flop and a pre-flop a lot for sure. Like it seemed like she was pretending like she didn't know it was on her a lot. Yeah. And that bugged me. And I called her out on that one time. I said, we got to play a little bit faster with like 4-handed, and this game is playing like a 9-handed game. And I said in a joking way, and she got the point. We started playing faster, but that stuck out to me was that why is she, the small blind's on her, and she's like, it's folded to her, and she's just kind of staring in space, and I'm just like, there's no way that she's like this, like unaware that the action's on her, and that was the only thing that stuck out to me. I didn't think there was anything in her water bottle. Like I just think that's just reaching too far, Yeah. Honestly, like I don't think she's cheating. I will agree with Berkey that every time that I look at that Jack 4 hand, though, it starts to create more doubt in my mind. But as I watch every other hand she played throughout the session, it starts to bring me back to leaning towards she didn't cheat. It's too close to how amateurs I've played with and talked in the past with, like whether it's at a private game. I've dealt with a lot of amateurs like her, as well as a lot of female players. It's not about being, trying to point to her gender, but I will say that a lot of female amateurs that I've played with have played similarly to her at some private games I played at. And that includes a lot of really random calls, a lot of min raises, just a lot of random shit that like is not going to make sense to the regular poker player that is like studied or like trying to study the game. You know what I mean? So I think trying to make sense of that is going to be a real challenge. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, I think that's I think that's why we're still talking about this, right? Because it's abundantly clear to all of us involved that there are just inconsistencies between what doesn't pass the eye test as far as gameplay goes in like that Jack 4 hand. Like if I never saw that hand, we're obviously not having this discussion. Like we would just chalk it up to she's not very good. But that hand is such a fucking anomaly. It's so hard to explain it away. And now whenever we look at that versus like all of these things that are easy to explain away with her being an amateur, I agree with what you're saying is that like basically if I'm summarizing what you're saying, it's don't jump to conclusions and don't try to make heads or tails of something that very largely could just be explained away by randomness. And for almost an entire 4 days, I completely agree with you. And honestly, if I just didn't turn on the Jack 4 hand last night again, and if I didn't watch it again this morning, I probably would have just been wholeheartedly in the camp of, 10% chance she cheated. That's where I was for the better part of 4 days. But man, I'm struggling so tough. Like you were there. Do you not have some sense of, without outing anything, I'm sure you've been in cheated games before. Right?
Yes.
I'm sure you've been in colluded games. At a bare minimum, that ace 3 7 6 hand, did that not just like stick out to you as like traditional cheating?
Ace 3 7 6. What were her whole cards again?
She had 7-6 of hearts and flatted Eric's under the gun open. Mike called from the small blind and Rip called with ace 3 off from the big, and then led.
Oh, okay, that one.
Yeah.
Well, the thing I noticed about Rip is that he was doing a lot of leading, sometimes with it, sometimes with top pair, sometimes with draws, and I don't think he's aware. I don't think he's like leading. Like it's random. Like sometimes he'll do it in multi-way pots, and he's not aware that it's like not going to get through a lot. But I don't think he's thinking about that. Right. Like there's another big hand against him where I played where like I think I 3 or 4 bet pre-flop, and he just led right into me.
Yeah.
And he just had complete air, and like. I think, just like as I said with Robbi, with his play, it's just as erratic and just as random. I will say that I think his overreaction to like her losing his money was like that's like the big piece to the puzzle thing is like I think a lot of the shadiness that people are getting from the vibes from him is like it's just because like he's staking her, and I guess they want to keep that under wraps, but I don't think that necessarily means that they were actually cheating or doing anything or colluding. Like the hand that you're mentioning, the way the action went, I think to someone like us that play a lot of cards, like it seems like it was calculated, like. But I don't know if that is. I don't know if I can say that is. There's just not enough examples of them.
Trust me, I'm with you. I'm definitely not in any sort of camp that like we have any level of certainty. There's just so many things that like stand out to me as like strange. So he's allegedly putting her into this game for $250,000, right? She had 100 on the table and she had 150 behind her. He's sitting with 25,000. This doesn't add up. It just doesn't add up. Like he has more faith in her game than his own. I don't follow. Like it's so abundantly clear that at a minimum, she is an absolute stone amateur, right? Like that's at least the bare minimum qualification that we can put on this thing. And it's like everybody at the table has her covered, $250,000 deep, and her backer's sitting with 5 big or 50 big blinds. I'm not saying that it's something, but to me, it's not nothing, if that makes sense.
No, I agree there. I think that there is details like that don't make sense, but I don't think it's enough to say they cheated. And I think like I have to say it's just for the record, just because I didn't want to express my opinion on this earlier because of political reasons. And I just want to say that I'm not saying one way or the other. I think Garrett's reaction is justifiable. And I think, if it happened to me, there's a chance that I would have as well thought she cheated me. And I don't know the kind of reaction I would have taken.
Right.
But I think, like, I don't know. When I was in the game, I didn't think she was cheating. I thought it was like basically impossible that Hochstetler was helping her. Therefore, I didn't think there was no case for that. Yeah. I think the rest of the players in the game agreed with me. That's why the game kept going. Yeah. However, after I saw the footage and Doug's breakdown of it, which was done so well, I started to have doubts. But then the next day I started to watch more, and then I realized, putting the whole piece together, then I had to realize, like, I don't think she's typed to be able to pull it off, know? But there's something about Rip that is unsettling with me. And I think, if there's something going on, it's definitely, with him. I don't know if you guys have done more checking around with his background and his skill sets and things like that, because if there's something going on, he's the key to the puzzle. He's definitely part of it.
I agree with you.
That's all. But
yeah, I wholeheartedly agree with you. I know that you probably don't want to go and elaborate too much on this, but I have one more question. I guess it doesn't really have anything to do with them. Now that this has come to light, and we at least can entertain the possibility that something occurred where perhaps someone was exploited, and for what it's worth, in spite of the fact that I'm leaning more towards 50-50 now that this may have been cheated versus not. I also concur with you that I don't really, on the surface, think that anybody at Hustler had anything to do with it. It's so risky. And more importantly, they don't have to have something to do with it based off of what I understand about these systems and the ways that they can be exploited. So I guess the last question I just want to ask while I have you, as somebody who routinely plays these stream games similar to myself, where do you stand on the security of these actual streams? Like, how safe do you feel? Are you like really up to date and aware of how kind of vulnerable they are? Do you think it's something that we need to concern ourselves with moving forward, et cetera?
Before this game, I was very confident with Hustler security, and I didn't think there was any issue with it. Now that this has happened, I think them implementing not allowed to have bags in the room, and also using, checking everybody for Bluetooth devices. I think that's should be the standard moving forward. Yeah. To give everybody peace of mind. Yeah. But I do think this is a good thing, for poker. I think this is going to create a lot more security in the future, which it should be definitely for the size of these games, Yeah.
There's $3 million on this table that's up for grabs. I mean, especially from guys like you and me and Garrett that have a high degree of confidence in our ability and will absolutely explain things away when playing against amateurs. I look, man,
For
I've
sure.
been cheated a bunch in home games, in app games, and every single time it was just me and amateurs, right? And I explained it away for such a long period of time where I refused to acknowledge that I was getting got. I chalked it up to variance. I chalked it up to wild play. I was in an app game where a guy lost $1.6 million and I lost 200K. Do you know how impossible that is? Like,
Right. For
it
sure.
was 25-50, sometimes 25-50, 100. It's impossible for somebody to have that big of a negative win rate and be one of the other 5 players at the table and also have a negative win rate. It's just mathematically inconceivable, right? And it took me dusting off 200,000 and playing like 60 plus sessions with this person before I realized that I was the whale. I was one of the ones getting got. And it wasn't just me. There were other pros that I have high respect for that also lost in this game. So it's just like, I'm much more willing, I guess, to stick my neck out and due diligence. But I do agree with you that if you can't tell already, I'm frustrated because I feel something is wrong here. I feel like something doesn't pass the sniff test, but you're right. All I have to go off of is one really fucked up hand and then a bunch of mannerisms that match what happened in that hand in other hands. And,
For sure.
yeah, I don't know that it's going to reach any sort of conclusion. I'm kind of on your side where it's like, I just want these stream houses to be under a fucking microscope so that the next time there's 3 million on the table, we can all rest easy and understand that like nobody's there, trying to take advantage of us and, basically turn our win rate into a negative loss rate of 1 or 2 big blinds per hour.
For sure. I do have a couple more things to add.
Yeah, please.
Just first of all, back to my stance on because I have to be very careful with that because I don't want players or the community to think that I'm biased or if this is something against Garrett or her.
Sure.
Like I said, I didn't think cheating was going on, but then I started to have doubts that maybe she is cheating after the game was over and I had time to review the footage. And now I'm leaning more towards she didn't cheat, but I still think there's a very strong possibility she did in that particular hand.
Yeah.
So I want to make that clear to everybody. Okay. So there's no confusion there. And then the second thing I want to bring up is that I think looking into the psychology of this, I know like Bart Hansen released a video today about that. You guys talked a little bit about that. I think that's very fascinating because in that Jack 4 hand, if you guys notice, she goes from being embarrassed to open her hand at showdown to once realizing she's won, she scoops to basically taunting him almost. And I think that's very like indicative of like someone that wants to be to me, I interpret that as like she wants to justify why she did what she did instead of just like, because like the argument was like, why would she not just admit that she misread her hand, right?
Correct.
Well, I think the main reason is because psychology-wise, she came across to me like she wanted to be perceived as a good player and confident in her decisions. Because when I first made small talk with her, when that game first started, she had mentioned the Frost Jock coaching tournaments and playing in different places.
Yep.
And it seemed to me like she wanted me to perceive her as like a competent player that is confident with her skills. And so that hand, when that happened, that just kind of made me think like that kind of makes sense. Like maybe there's a strong argument to say that she did misread her hand. She just did not want to admit that, And now that she's put in this public spotlight, she's going back and sticking to that story because that is actually what happened. So I think it's a strong possibility.
Yeah, I could see a world where that happens. I'm going to think on that a little bit more because that's the hill that I've chosen to die on, is that she definitely knew she had Jack 4. But I think I want to think about it and talk about it a little bit more with reference to the Jack Deuce that she just played versus you, because I think her mannerisms are pretty comparable. She's also hesitant at showdown. And I just want to do a little bit more analysis for my own peace of mind to see if there's some consistencies there. Because I think it's abundantly clear she knew what she had versus you.
Yes, certainly.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question real quick. I'm in full agreement with a lot of the things you're saying, by the way. I've been back and forth and like literally saying like I don't think she cheated, and then I watched the hand again and I'm just like, oh my god, like I guess I gotta watch more footage. But I guess we've all played in these kind of environments and things like that. Were you not surprised that she had no like reaction after winning the pot. Like this might have been one of the biggest pots of her life, and she seemed as if like it almost seemed like another day in the office for her after winning that hand. Like there was no like surprise that she won the pot. There was no like exuberance. There was really nothing.
I was very surprised at that in real time. However, like I mentioned back to psychology, based on what I think her mindset is at, which is wanting to come across as competent, I think she's able to mask that quite well. I remember as I was watching through the stream, she made a weird comment to Mike X, I think, where she said something along the lines of like, I could pretend that I had this to throw you off. It was like an unsettling comment. I'll go back and try to find it if I find it, but it showed awareness that she was very aware of like how she was coming across to everybody physically and verbally, right? So like to me, like when those hands got turned over, the Jack 4, I think she would be able to continue to mask that she totally misread her hand and she just continued with the story that like she just owned him, you know? And so that I think that would be the reason why she didn't show reaction, was suppressing that, was like realizing, oh shit, like I have Jack 4, and then just being like, okay, well, I knew what I had, you know? Because she makes a comment after, she goes, do you think I was actually embarrassed to open the hand? Of course not, right? So it's like, it's just, yeah, it's really strange, but.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense, though, in that context.
I'm so fascinated by it all, to be honest. And I try my hardest not to appear biased one way or the other. But the truth of the matter is what you guys are hearing in these live streams where we're watching hands, you're hearing me flip-flop. And that's just the nature of like kind of digging through all this stuff and like seeing something that says, okay, like enough's enough. That one really looks sus. And then, you know, kind of talking to Andy a little bit and getting reeled back in of like, okay, yeah, I mean, there is a lot of stuff that we can explain away. Last question before we get you out of here. Did you see the hand where she had pocket fives versus your Jack 8 that she tipped you 500?
Oh, yeah. I saw a lot of people texting me about that. Yes, thank you for pointing that out. I was really strange that she like threw that in. That also even adds more to like our, you know, theory about how she's just completely out there, right? Like she didn't even realize like she didn't bet the river that she checked, and then she thought she bet after the showdown, and then she like flicked it in, right? So yeah, that is weird. As far as like taking care of that, just to let everybody know, that's obviously I'm gonna give that back. Whether it's I'm playing on the Hustler on Wednesday, so I'm either going to leave it with Hustler, or I actually did DM her as well and asked her if we could just like PayPal it. So yeah. But that was weird for sure.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those. It's another one of those points where it's like, well, it definitely speaks to her amateurness. Whether that means that she's a pawn in a greater cheating scheme, or it means that she is just out there YOLOing it with $250,000 in front of her and, you know, can't keep tabs of the actual cash. I don't fucking know. And I don't know that we're going to get to the bottom of it, but I'm here for the ride. I'm gonna keep watching tape and see what the hell seems to make sense. At a bare minimum, I'm going to get to see a lot of you guys play and hopefully figure out what the fuck you guys are doing too.
Likewise, man. Likewise. I appreciate everything you guys do, and hope we get a resolution soon, man. Because
Andy, wait. We need a video. We need the video. I've been looking every single day, waiting for you to upload the video of when you had kings and you folded. I've been waiting. I'm on your page every single day. When is the video coming, man? Like, we've been waiting.
I might have to do that now that you mentioned it. Yeah.
Yeah. The people are waiting, man. I'm like, where's Andy's video, man? Jesus. All right, bro. But good luck on Wednesday.
For sure, man. Appreciate it, guys.
Thanks, Andy. Appreciate you.
All right.
All right. Andy Stacks, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I thought he made some really good points, man. I don't know. Where are you at in all of this?
I've said a couple times that I think that these things are strange, man. Like we can't interpret the way she acts. Yeah, because she is a non-professional poker player in a high-stakes environment with cameras rolling. She's probably nervous sometimes. She's probably trying to mask her feelings and things like that. So it's like, you know, I don't know, man.
Yeah. I mean, I understand I understand what you're saying. I do. I just I can't shake this feeling that something doesn't pass the sniff test. Like, I'm not crazy, right? Something about this is off. Whether
no,
it's
I mean, you're
rib,
obviously not crazy because the hand is forcing you to have to look, right?
yeah,
kind
but
of
like
what's happening.
also on top of that, like, what? How does Rip give her $250,000 and then sit with $25K?
Yeah, but come on, man. You've definitely had like
No.
Businessmen that have more confidence in you than their ability to give you the money.
I'm a professional.
It's just okay, but look, you can't look to make the argument. She is working hard on her game. She's getting coaching. She's watching these streams every single night. To Rip, she's putting in the work, man. Like, you know,
I'm sorry, man. I don't buy that. That
what do you
that
mean you
doesn't
don't buy
fly.
it though?
It doesn't. That has nothing to do. Like, okay, fine. That can explain why he gave her $250,000. Why is he sitting so short?
Okay, but like, I feel like we're a little bit trying to analyze that situation, even though it's a little bit off to us.
Because it's sus.
But I mean, maybe he just has more confidence in her, man. Maybe he only brought 300,000, like, and says, "Here, you take it. I'll just chill."
Man, I don't know. Shout out to George Curdy, man, hitting us with the super chats. Look at you, bro. I appreciate you. Hit us with $250 super chats.
Also, people in the chat saying that Rip started with 100.
Bro, come on, man. My guy here just hit us with $100. You're gonna cut me off when I'm thanking him?
Oh, you could tell it again. Sorry.
He said, "What if she's not cheating on every hand and just waiting for one or two big hands?" Yeah, I mean, I think that's what my instincts tell me if there is something strange going on. Then he also says Hustler Casino is using Robbi to get to some to get some chips back from Garrett. I don't think that's actually taking place. But I mean, yeah, there were some like weird comments too. Like there was this foreshadowing comment about her saying how Garrett always wins, and Mike was talking about how they should do a better, like basically like we should ban all cheaters or whatever. And then he goes, and I think we should ban Garrett because he just wins too much, you know? And then like 5 hands later, the Jack 4 happens. And you know, whatever, like you don't want to read too much into it. I'm just saying like it's also ironic. I feel like I'm living a Alanis Morissette song in real time, you know? It just feels, something feels strange to me. I agree though where Andy's coming from. And he played in the game, so like I also have to take what he says pretty seriously. The same way that like, you know, I'm kind of taking Garrett's word very seriously. It's like these guys are our peers. They're trusted professionals who are in the environment, and one thinks it stinks to high heaven, the other one kind of doesn't think anything's going on there. And you know, it is what it is, man. I don't know that we get to. I don't know if we get to the bottom of this. I just don't know if I'm ready to give up. Are you?
I mean, all right, put another hand up.
All right. Let's pull up another hand. And while you guys watch this, I'm going to go take a leak. All right, so we left off with the aces versus 8-7. We're going to hop now to ace-deuce suited versus Lingling's queen-jack. Make sure that's actually playing. It's not. Hold up. What about now? Okay. Let me get you guys some sound. I'll be right back.
Eventually evaporates in. And Robbi's $35,000 profit essentially evaporates in one hand, where she really did nothing wrong. She trapped and tricked Linglin, and then Linglin gets extremely lucky, hits her 5-outer on the river. What a hand. A raise from Garrett called in 19 spots.
Are you gonna eat those strawberries down there?
It's an impressively long line.
No, it's fine.
I'm gonna go finish them.
Really impressive.
No, I don't want to take it.
We've set a record tonight.
That one was special.
I saw the strawberries down
You
there.
each one. You mean me
Right now, how long it took to go to flop? One raise.
No, I would really want to re-raise.
Linglin with the best hand here, Queen Jack.
Did you check?
For like the weirdest reasons too. Not even like tanking in hand, it's just like weirdness.
Like that hand, everyone was like, all right, you have to freeze for 15 seconds before you call the 300. Each person has to.
I gave you the courtesy snap.
Yeah, Andrew R says that was a fine trap. If you don't mix it up, you're predictable.
I'll show you.
I mean, 90% of the time,
I was gonna show you.
Robbi just wins that hand with aces. Well, maybe a little bit of payback here. Robbi does hit her ace on the turn. She's got the best hand.
Oh my God, how much? That's a big bet. I'll let you win.
I did win though.
Yeah.
I got countered for that.
That's it. Oh, good turn.
Ace 2.
Nice hand.
Suited.
It wasn't suited.
It was suited.
Oh, really?
Yeah, diamonds.
So you might raise pretty, you would have called anyway. Yeah, I would have lost. I would have lost.
You had your top pair.
And top pair.
Slowly, I will get my money back.
Slowly. I was trying to give you all my money. Trying very hard.
You took a lot of my money right there.
You really
But it wasn't mine, it was Garrett's. Oh, jeez. Let's be honest.
That's the line of the night. It wasn't mine, it was
So
Garrett's.
nice. I almost feel a little bit.
You should feel. You should. It's poker. I'm really
No,
happy.
that was good trapping.
It's like, you know what it is? It's like when you play long enough in a cash game, you're just redistributing chips.
No, it is.
Right?
It's more like
That's all
a
it is.
chip transportation.
That's all it is. It's redistribution. We're not getting moved tables like a tournament.
Hello, Shannon B. What's up, Poker Yogi?
Revenge.
Jaden says, just tuned in. Seems like a good show. It is a good show. It's been a fun one. Very playful night of poker, mixed in with a lot of bluffing, some great calls, some good rebluffs. This is definitely one I would rewatch if you are just tuning in now.
I don't know the answer to that question, but I know the time is.
I still can't believe she actually trapped. I did not think she was going to trap. It seemed like she was just going to want to end the hand, but give her credit. I mean, obviously it didn't work out for her. She got really unlucky on the river, but give Robbi credit. $9,000 pot. Both players with a pair. Linglin with the best of it, and she's going to win it.
7.
Sevens love her. Lucky 7.
7. I'm crazy. Okay. Thank you. Here.
All right, let's go.
Huh? Thank you.
Here's the plan, team.
Taiwan.
We're gonna power through,
Taiwan.
and we're gonna finish up her hands from these two sessions.
If Linglin calls in and gives her opinion right now,
Yeah.
I'll give her $500.
Why is she in the chat?
No, I just want her to call us and talk to us and give us her opinion.
Okay.
500. And I heard you were matching it too.
No. I don't care that
so
much,
cheap.
not unless she knows.
All right, go ahead.
Okay.
I'm tired.
Yeah, of course. All right, here's the play. We're going to get through the rest of these hands. We're going to do what we did last night, and we're going to see if there are any inconsistencies in her play. We're also going to take into consideration We're also going to take into consideration just some of the mannerisms and stuff, but we're not going to put too much weight to it because I think Andy made a fair point that if we look for stuff, we'll probably just find it. So it's more about just like taking note than it is anything else. But like, let's look for the mechanical stuff. Did we notice anything in this ace deuce queen jack that I missed? Chin?
No. But right now I see the jack 4 hand on the screen.
Yeah, I know. All right. So we have Robbi with aces versus Lindlin's queen 3.
It's quite a clinical thing today.
Check. I
You're
check.
putting on quite a clinic.
Wait.
In.
How's this hand play out?
Saint Laurent.
I was getting make fun of how it's saved. The Morant.
Got about 20 minutes left in our show. It's been a roller coaster ride for Robbi, that's for sure. At one point, just about 15 minutes ago, she was our big winner in the night. That is not the case anymore. I believe that's Yuan Liu.
What? Play too many hands?
Play good. Play good.
Garrett's had a tough night, and Robbi picks up aces again. Third time she's picked them up.
You can't fool.
I can't pull with anything, right? It's one of those.
Okay.
She's
She
gonna
just
trap
calls?
again.
I don't have a good hand. Just so
What's
you know.
happening?
This time.
It's quite a clinical thing today.
Check. I
You're
check.
putting on quite a clinic in every which way today. Beautiful.
Robbi's got the ace of clubs in her hands.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I mean, this hand seems
I
fun.
got that 3 times today, you guys.
Oh, nice. 3 times?
3 times. That's not even like math.
Okay, let's see a hand she plays against
Oh,
Garrett.
you lost one.
Jack
time.
6-6.
What happened pre?
Poker sometimes is not fair. Poker is not fair. I know.
6. Let's go with 6 fucking hundred.
Somebody call that in slow play.
One time. Let's see if that does anything for us. Yeah.
Stefan McDade says, I just watched a video. Robbi does something with her ring after the jack 4 hand. I can post it in chat if you want. I know what you're talking about. She like spins her ring into her palm. I don't really think that's anything to notice, but
I just butcher. They tell me their hand, I still fucking lose.
Jack 6-6. Nick is still, he's still steaming about his check on the river. On what was I think it was a 5, 6, 7, 8 board.
let's see if she floats here.
Zero momentum all day.
Maybe we do double shade, you know, we'll get some momentum going.
I like that. Yeah.
She does.
Yeah, I'm in.
That's what we get 35 in parking day.
Exactly. I'm fucking counting that. Not a result. I like it.
Almost like yours.
That's some camaraderie. I like it. Seriously, man. You're looking at me like that.
Yo. She's gangster.
Exactly. Big advantage.
Okay. I mean,
Nice bluff there from Robbi.
She's very gangster against Garrett,
Are
that's for
terrible
sure.
tonight.
yeah, like I feel like she doesn't float that spot versus Linglin.
Gatorade is like 4 bets, 3 bets so many times. I thought for sure he would with the ace deuce of clubs.
Maybe
Decided
maybe
not
this
to.
is all just she is trying to one up Garrett, man, and she's trying to make a name for herself.
I struggle with that theory though because she, number one, would have to be so fucking rich or Rip would have to be so rich, whoever's putting her in would have to be so fucking rich to play this high, sitting that deep, all with the desire to what? Get internet famous through the Hustler?
Bro, people believe in themselves too, man.
I mean, fine, even if she has a win rate, which I think she clearly does not.
Okay, it's debatable.
It's just a ton of risk for almost no reward.
Yeah, but we can't sit here and bankroll management her.
That's not the point, man. It's not about her believing in herself. She's getting the money from an outside source. Rip would have to be fucking giga rich.
Yeah, but we don't know to the extent of her backing. You don't like. It's hard, man. Like, some people have multiple backers. Maybe Rip is just one of them.
I just never know if you're playing devil's advocate for the sake of the show or if you actually believe the bullshit that comes out of your mouth. That's the problem.
What do you mean? Like, you never had someone that had multiple backers before?
No,
Like,
not a
I'm just
fucking
saying,
amateur. No. Like, do you think that there are a bunch of guys sitting 1-3 right now that just have a bunch of billionaires on speed dial to get into the Hustler Friday game? Do you think that's ever occurred in the history of poker?
Yeah, but she's not considered a non-pro by her friends, man. Like, maybe her friends think she's a pro.
Come on, man.
You have to look at it through the angle of
she's been playing less than a year and they called her a recreational on Ingram's podcast. Like, the story's inconsistent. I can't look. I'm looking at your face and I don't even know if you're playing devil's advocate for the sake of the show or if you actually believe this nonsense. I don't think you believe it.
It's not that I don't believe it. It's that I try to be open-minded to the fact that we don't know the circumstances of how she gets her money. And
okay, sure.
It could be one backer. It could be her husband backing. It could be she's selling pieces to multiple people. Like,
but that narrative is just too simple. I'm happy to be open-minded with the concept that she has no ulterior motive in playing these games. She just thinks she's a favorite and she found money to do so. I'm happy to accept that as a narrative.
Yeah.
I'm struggling to see some big grand plan that involves like her and multiple business associates with the notion that she's going to play the Hustler live stream biggest games multiple times a week for money or fame or anything in between. I mean, like, people who get rich aren't that stupid. And, this isn't an indictment against Robbi, but like, to be given $1 million to play in that game is a pretty long leash that would require some demonstration of skill. And
that's not that last part is not true.
Maybe not. In my experience, it is. Women included, I've never seen somebody who is as new to the game as her get large sums of money in play. Small sums, yes. I've seen plenty of women who know as little or less than Robbi get backing for small stake tournaments, 1-3, 50 cents a dollar online. Yeah, I've seen that a million times over. I've seen guys attempt to use their positioning in the community to leverage a romantic relationship, whatever. But I've never seen somebody just offer up 7 figures to somebody who apparently can barely associate the difference between ace high and jack high when it's all said and done. It doesn't sit right, man. It doesn't make sense. And also, why nowhere else? Why haven't I seen her on the bike? Why haven't I seen her in Texas? Why haven't I seen her in Bobby's room? Like, she would have a seat tomorrow in Bobby's room. And that game's way softer than Hustler. Rip is from Vegas.
LA,
he could
man.
easily get in.
Yeah, but she lives in LA, and this game is on 5 days a week.
She's played it twice.
Why would she travel?
Because she's only played it twice. Why?
Yeah, but I mean, she played it twice in a couple weeks already. Like that was her third appearance on the show.
Yeah, I get it. My point is, like, what was she doing before the show? There was no track record of her playing 50, 100 in Bobby's room. No track record of her playing 10, 20, 40 at Commerce. No track record of her playing live at the bike. She's not playing any of the open games at Hustler. I spoke to a couple people tonight that play home games in LA. They've never seen her before.
Okay. I mean, that's something that we should ask Jaka. He would know.
Maybe. I mean, I know she played MTTs, but like she played relatively small. I saw her all over the series. She was playing a full schedule, 500s, 1500s, whatever. DePurdy Civ says, shout out for the super chat, my man. Appreciate you. He says, everybody agrees that she's pretty bad. She's plus 300K in the biggest and toughest game on live stream. Think about that. Variance has to be tilting so hard her way. It's crazy. I think that's fair. She's played 3 times on arguably, at least from an amateur's perspective, one of the tougher lineups that you could sit in. Giga deep. And she's up. Jesus Christ. She's up. Let's say the average stake level is 200, 400, and that's being generous. She's up 9 buy-ins. 8 buy-ins.
I don't think that says a lot, though, man.
Come on, man.
Bro, what do you mean? Like, of a sample of how many hands? Like, no hands. Like, okay, like, she could just run hot for a bit.
George, you're so generous. I appreciate you, homie. He says they're targeting Garrett as opposed to one of the wrecks. That way they don't break the game, and Garrett will normally just say nice hand and move on. That's why she had to call with Jack 4. She won't have another chance to have him all in with 8 high. Man, oh! You have those moments.
Your camera's frozen. Your camera's frozen, though.
I don't care. My brain is frozen right now. You have those moments where someone says something or you see something, and you just kind of like have a bit of an epiphany, right? Have you had? Is this something you've experienced at all? Ever?
My epiphany right now is that I feel like she didn't do it, man.
So when George says this, that connects dots for me. And like I just keep saying things that I can't really add. I can't add any definitive proof to, but it's just a sense. It's an observation.
I kind of see where you're going. Yeah.
Right? Yeah, so it's this sense I have. It's this observation after watching now 15 hours or 10 hours of her play, right? It's this sense that something isn't right, something's off. And
basically they're targeting Garrett.
This just tied it. Yes, man. Yes. This connected the dots for me. Why is she soft playing the fuck out of Linglin? It's like one of the only players at the table she has a win rate against. And she's flatting aces out of the big blind. Right?
There's a beef against Garrett, is what you're saying.
I don't know if it's a beef, but like what I do know is Garrett will play a 500K pot. Right? And have less than the nuts. Garrett will be bluffing in a 500 big blind pot. If you're only going to cheat hands against one person at the table, who would you pick?
Me? I wouldn't cheat, but I would pick someone that's not smart enough to figure it out.
Man, I would pick the guy. I would pick the guy who's most likely to play the biggest pot.
Yeah, but he's also like summa cum laude. like he's gonna figure this out, man.
Well, now we're here. We need to figure it out. Like, I didn't want to believe this narrative when I first heard it, but man, now hearing it again after watching this fucking hand so many times, like you made this argument to me, and I told you you're full of shit. Do you remember?
Yeah, this is what usually happens. You tell me I'm wrong, and then eventually you come back around, and then I'm right.
Bro, she called him with Jack high. And one to come. One to come, man.
So you're saying we're now saying that it's just against Garrett?
It feels that way. It feels like the only meaningful hands that she plays, and the only time, I mean, she did, I do feel like she did to Andy with the 5s, but like that's it.
Oh, man.
Why are you smiling?
Because now that's even less. Like now we have even less data because it's only
Right.
against Garrett. There might be a total of 10 hands.
Yeah. No, that's true. That is true. I don't know, man. I don't know. All right, like before I get into some more hands, is this the last we've heard of her? Do you think she just disappears now, fades into the sunset? Do you think we're gonna see Rip?
No, she's not gonna disappear. I mean, look, we would need absolute concrete proof, like somehow that she did something, and then
Sure.
maybe she's off. But like, she's fine right now. Who wouldn't? She can play wherever she wants. There's gonna be a period of time she's not probably,
If
Hustl's
she's
not gonna put her on for a little bit.
If she's cheating, do you think she would continue to cheat?
No, it would be way too hot.
So
It'd be way too hot.
okay,
Like,
okay. So if she, maybe that's what we do then. We just get her in, because if she's not cheating, she's really bad, and she's gonna have to continue to find a way to win in a tough game. If she is
maybe
cheating,
she's bad. Maybe
no.
not
Listen to
bad.
me.
She's
Listen
been
to me.
winning.
Don't start with that shit, man. Don't do this to me. It's way too fucking late. Okay.
Bro, it's 3:30 on my head, bro.
That's what
You're
I'm saying,
fine. You're
man.
at 12.
Don't do this shit.
I ain't doing nothing. All I see is that she's winning and she's doing fine.
What I'm saying is, if she's cheating and chooses to stop, she's gonna be really fucking bad, like unbearably bad, right? Like we should see the graph just go straight down. Bro, I'm good and I never win. You know what this is like?
That's also debatable if you're good.
True. It's not debatable if I win or not. Marco says, my take is that she got talked into cheating stream 2 and stream 3 by Rip. That's also why she can't handle post-showdown situations and gave the money back. It's definitely a theory. Stream 2, Rip is not playing for what it's worth. So we'll look at that shortly after. I think we have one more hand to look at in this one. Joe LaFuria says, I'm with Berkey. Something just feels off. Just tweeted a video at you about it. Let me take a little peek, see if it's worth checking out. What do we have? I'm getting gift to death right now.
I mean, she definitely has a beef with Garrett. She
It would
doesn't treat
appear so.
anyone else how she treats Garrett.
It definitely would appear so. I do agree with you there.
But, or there's going to be no sample size of anything. Like, there's no way.
Yeah. Francis says, Robbi is explaining why she tanked with a time chip, not why she called. Apparently, she contemplated the possibility of him having an ace and dismissed it to call. Stop, man. Like, you may say I'm reaching to find guilt here, but, like, that's the flimsiest fucking defense I've ever heard. Like, oh, she thought he might have ace high and then just decided, nope, can't have that. Come on. Jack high, man. Jack high. If they're targeting Garrett, why that spot? She's an equity dog with one to come. I think she wants to show up Garrett, but that doesn't mean she's cheating either. Well, it depends on the methodology, right? So, like, I agree with you in a theoretical sense, but, like, let's say that all they have knowledge of is his exact two cards. You know, they just know that they're winning, and her being an equity dog, it's very minimal. She's still getting the right price. So it's really just a matter of how much funding do they have for something like this. Can they afford it? Okay. Natsuka says, as an amateur with a decent win rate, I will say I do target pros at the table. Call me crazy, but it's just how I get my rocks off, putting pain on pros. Right, but bro, have you ever called with Jack 4 high? No pair. No draw. Keegan Westover, my man, we appreciate you. He said, Andy implied a lack in Rip's character and or intellect. Should that carry weight in why he is giving her this money to play? Is it reasonable to entertain he didn't earn his money and isn't advanced in game theory enough to know how bad she is? Yeah, but I think then we go down a whole nother rabbit hole that I don't really want to explore, where it's like, what does he get out of this kind of thing, right? Because he's still gambling himself. You know, he lost $80K in that lineup. He still has to be getting something. He can't possibly be expecting a win rate out of her. And even if he like is just gambling for the sake of like, let's get lucky, I imagine he thinks it's going to just be small, right? Like, so I don't know, man. Maybe they have a relationship like that. Maybe there's a little love on the horizon. It's not really that important. All that really is important is figuring out where the motives lie. Wavi on TV says, at a bare minimum, every player on stream should waive their right to getting stuff searched and frisked if another player suspects foul play. I don't know, man. That's dicey too. Imagine that every time you go play a game, somebody in the game just has the right to have you searched and frisked. It's don't get me wrong. Like, if I were in her shoes, I would just be like, search me immediately. Like, I'm not guilty. Just whatever, man. Stick your hands in my pocket, whatever you need to do. Throw my water bottle against the wall. I don't give a shit. It's fine. But, like, I don't think we're on as much of a slippery slope with the actual hand itself as we are the potential protocols moving forward. I worry that there will be an overreaction to the optical side and an underreaction to the actual logistical side. So what I mean by that is I'm worried that we'll see something like what happened at airports with TSA, where all of a sudden everybody has to pass through all of these fucking layers of security in order to even play the game. They have to walk in and out of a metal detector every time that they leave the set and all this other nonsense, right? You have to go through all these hoops just to make sure that there are no devices on you or whatever. When the reality is the way to make the stream more secure is to make the back end infinitely more layered, textured, and secure, right? It's not about preventing people from having a Bluetooth reader on their person or a phone or any of these number of devices. Like, those are really just means to an end. They're not the high-level sophisticated cheating tools that you would believe them to be. The only reason that those things are worth anything is if people can infiltrate your actual security, right? So if there's strong measures of security on the back end, you don't need to put a fucking whatever those machines are that you stand in like this and they take a naked picture of you at the doorway to get to the table. You know, it's not a thing. Noodles says, check your IGDM, Berkey. Sent you a theory that hasn't been mentioned. I gotta tell you, man, it better be good. I feel like I'm not gonna see something that's gonna make me think, wow, never thought of that. What's your name on there, Noodles? What's your name? I get a lot of DMs, bro. Are you pork, whatever, I can't read it. Is this the, what if Andy gave her a near foot tap under the table? This is nonsense. It's just nonsense. What the fuck does Andy know about Garrett's hand? Why would a foot tap be helpful? This is utterly meaningless. Sorry, Noodles. I apologize, but I can't go any further with this theory. Shout out to Steezy. Said, can you touch on the leverage of her giving the money back? I've seen everything, but the hand... I've seen everything, but the hand was sus as fuck. Giving it back, ... Okay, so I can make a case both ways. I think the strong case for giving it back is her feeling like she is being backed into a corner, her feeling like the world is getting up against her, her trying to mitigate any negative repercussions that may come from the most polished pro at the table, potentially implying that she cheated. It's attempting to walk back the embarrassment that she may feel for having called with Jack 4 high, a hand that none of her peers believe is good, even though like she just felt like she made the call of her life. So I think emotionally there's some, I guess, explanation for why she gave the money back. I think logically these explanations don't hold as much weight. Logically, the reason to give the money back is to make this all go away. Logically, the reason to give the money back is so that we aren't doing exactly what we're doing now and trying to comb through all of her gameplay to determine if she is a cheater or not, if her play is questionable or not, right? So logically, it's a payoff. It's effectively a bribe to just say, like, I'm sorry, Garrett, I didn't mean to. Let's forget this ever happened and shake and go our separate ways. It's not a smoking gun. It's a point to look at. It's a point of emphasis. But, I think that there's been a lot of people out there. Schwan made a good point where it's like from a guy's perspective, it's very difficult for us to understand that women tend to be more cooperative, more disarming, and will take extreme measures in order to ensure those things occur. $135,000 is a lot of money. The thing that I struggle with her giving the money back is that $135,000 is a significant amount of money, and she treated it like it was $2K. That's very hard for me to wrap my head around. I've attempted to give money back before in hands, but it's because somebody made an honest mistake, not because I want a hand doing something bad where I got lucky. It's just generally like somebody made an honest mistake, and almost every instance where I tried to give it back, they actually did not take it, right? Steezy says, thank you. I thought it was I put stolen item back. Yeah, I can see that vantage point. It could very well be that from the logical side of things. Francis says, no one has mentioned the possibility of Robbi repping trip 10s against a draw with her raise on the turn. Because she can't articulate her play does not make her cheat. You're churning for content. Francis, I'm not sure if you're aware, but that min raise, that wasn't all in. Matter of fact, that min raise was only like 25% of her stack. She still had to call off $100,000 with Jack 4 high on 10, 10, 9, 3. Please explain to me how her repping a 10 on the turn is somehow now justifying her calling with Jack 4 high. I'll wait. Ay. Josiah Pittman says, yo, check your DM on Insta. I tried sending this to Joey, but no luck. Again, what's your name on there? And is it going to be more nonsense? Oh, you're Josiah. I got it. Okay. Wow, man. Bro, you sent me, holy shit. Guys. Josiah sent me no fewer than 25 images. Bro, you can just send me a link. You don't have to screenshot the definition of a Wikipedia page 13 times. So he sent me something regarding a smart ring. It's a wearable electronic device that I assume you're implying can signal. Let's see if we can get a closer look at it. Okay, so like Ringly is one of the most common ones. Yeah, I mean, we could take a closer look at her ring, I guess. Oh, so they're saying it has bone conducting technology. I heard somebody talking about this theory a few days ago. Let's see if we can get a close look at the ring. No, it's blurry. Check her rings out. They are all big rings, and one looks similar to this. Some actually vibrate to give you alerts. Her horseshoe one is crazy big. Could be custom made. Yeah, I think it's not. I don't know, man. It's possible, maybe. Chin, what do you think? She got a vibrating ring?
No, man. She doesn't really have that.
She has a lot of fucking rings on, that's for sure. You know what she doesn't have, though? Yo, you know what she doesn't have? A fucking wedding ring on.
I'm not talking about people's marriages, bro. No.
I'm just saying, man. She's got like 5 rings on. Ain't none of them a wedding band.
I don't know, man. So you ever saw Beyonce? She has the tattoo around the finger.
That's that gangster.
Yeah, that's the new shit.
You know why? That shit's forever.
Yeah, that's the new shit.
That shit's forever. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. She has big rings. I don't know, man. I don't know anything right now. I know we need to get through the rest of these hands. Landon's losing it. He's like, she called with Jack 4 high, like the cost of a house. They are in LA. It's a Tesla, bro. It's a Tesla. Danielle Stryker says, "Hey Burke, has Ashton shown up yet?" Who's Ashton? I don't know who that is. So I'm gonna go ahead and say no. Robert said Brian Rast had an interesting tweet a couple hours ago about a comment Rip made during the Jack 4. Yeah, we discussed it. You can rewind probably an hour and a half. Right before Andy Stacks got on, we actually talked about it. Ashton Kutcher because of Punked. That's true. That is true. All right, let's get back to these hands. Let's try to get through these and look at them in a reasonable light. Actually, let's read what the Reddit sleuths had to say. I don't know if you guys can see that. I'll zoom in a little bit more. Okay. Here's the conclusion. Finished plus 1750 on the night with a 32% VPIP. She played very passively pre-flop. Don't think I saw any 3-bets even with premiums. She folded to some small C-bets from Linglin, but mostly continued against Garrett's aggression. I think we also noticed that. She does make a couple loose-ish calls, but nothing insane. Definitely does not appear that she cheated at all on any of these hands. I think the Ace King King 6 is like the only one that's a little bit sus. The ace is a 7. Nah, the ace is a 7-6. I don't think so. I don't think she's the type of player to build a GTO style range for her opponent. Of course not. She seems more like the type of player who assumes Garrett is being over aggressive with her and continues regardless. Okay. Let's get into the last session with my man Bill Klein. Caleb says, what if she thought she was playing deuce 7 low ball? Maybe you're right, man. Maybe you're right. I don't know anything anymore. I am open to the truth. Somebody please lead me to the promised land. I just need to know. I need to get to the bottom of this. I'm a very tired man. All right. So here's the session with Bill Klein. I want to start this at the beginning to see if we can see the table draw, because as I said, there was some implication that
200K.
That her seat was pre-reserved. So let's take a gander, shall we? Oopsie. What did I do? Okay. Let me move this like so. And then make it very big. 500 is as big as we can go. Okay. All right. Let's see what we got here. So.
All right. I'm back.
Welcome back, Chin.
But I'm I'm 100% taking the day off tomorrow.
Yeah, me too. For sure. Joey's back tomorrow. Let him handle it.
All right, let's do it. So, we think there's a beef with Garrett. All right. Let's watch some fucking Garrett hands.
Hold on. Let's watch this table draw. I'm texting
Okay,
Joey right
and
now.
then we watch Garrett hands, and then we're done.
All right. Let's see. When does the table draw begin?
Okay, let's see. So she draws C2, right?
Well, we don't know. That's what we need to see.
Okay.
George says, somebody called Joey from Jersey to break it all down. Yo, Joe from Jersey was making a lot of sense, man. That's all I'm saying. What do you know about Joe from Jersey, Chin?
He's my neighbor.
Bro, I need a week off. I can't do this anymore. I can't do this anymore.
Dude,
I think we've made our point,
day.
right? We've gotten to a point where the stream houses are definitely going to have to implement more security, right? So I can quit. I can take a night off. That's all I care about.
No. I care about protecting our friend Garrett.
Okay, yeah, I agree. He's in a fucking very tough spot. And
look, this is the crazy part.
Okay.
I like Garrett. I like Andy. I like Ryan Feldman. I like all these guys. So it's like, I just want this to go away.
Well, I just want better security measures personally.
Yeah, that's the thing.
That truly is
That's the
like
thing.
what I'm solely
That's
after
gonna
here.
happen. They're gonna fucking you're gonna go over there and they're gonna fucking have a greyhound dog sniffing you.
Nah, that's not what I want. I don't give a shit about that shit on the eyeball side of things. Like that means nothing to me. I want to know that they have a
I know what
system
you're
in
saying.
place that's rock solid.
You're trying to get fucking anti-hack team in the back.
Yeah. Okay, so it looks like JR is going to be the first one to come draw. Feldman's lurking in the room. Luis is handling the cards. JR appears. Cool. Then what? Okay, so the deck is still being sorted. There come the 8 cards to draw. Feldman mixes them.
You think that girl heard you that you like her?
I don't know, man. She's fly, though.
She's definitely watching, though.
Nah, no shot.
All right. We'll see.
Okay. So Luis just signaled 2 to somebody. Does he draw for Robbi? Yes. 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 That's exactly what just happened. That's precise. Look, you can see her walking in the background right here. So that's why Bill Klein got confused and said that she didn't draw. Because they drew for her out of the gate. We can watch it right here. Boom. Pulls from the pile, looks at it, number 2. Okay. Okay, that's important. That is critical information. So the draw was on the up and up. That eliminates our concern. Let's get to some hands. What do you say, guys? Let's get to some hands.
What's the wrong?
Okay. Aaron opens. She 3-bets king jack off. Good flop. She only uses one flop size, huh? It's always just third.
Can't be bad. There you go. Do your thing. Third pot.
So Aaron picks up a flush draw to go along with the queens. Robbi with a pair of kings. And now with the straight as well to go along with it. Diamonds get there. That's the front door flush draw. Not much Aaron can beat right now, but he did get a chance to realize his equity. Just did not get there. And whoa. Robbi checks it back. Very tight check back from Robbi, playing it safe.
Okay. All right, I want to address this really quickly. Huavian TV says, disagree. Security needs digital backend and human elements. Why take phones if another smart device can angle the game? TSA isn't a sound analogy. I'm not sitting at a table with 1 million plus when I get my peanuts. Okay, let me explain why it is a sound analogy. You're dealing with life. TSA was a reaction to 9/11, where a plane was hijacked and many people died. What they largely did was create optics that make people feel safe flying again because the airline industry relied on it so that they didn't go under. What I'm making the analogy of here is if you put up a metal detector or you wand people when they walk in, or you take their backpacks, or you seize their phones and you strip them down to their bare bones and force them to play, you're making it now an unpleasant experience to be on this stream. And the reason why that's important is because all of these gadgets are only the final piece to cheating. None of them are worth a pint of piss if you can't infiltrate the back end of the security system. So if your security system is tight on the back end and there are protocols in place to deal with anybody who tries to hack it, then you don't have to concern yourself with taking people's phones, with ensuring that they don't have like anything on them. You should still do it because it makes for a better stream. Nobody wants to watch a bunch of people on their phone the entire time. So like it's good to sequester their phones. That's smart. But do you want to know why you don't get your phone sequestered when you go to Poker Go? Because their fucking security is the best in the business. Having a phone at the table will literally get nothing for you. Thank you, Danny. It is. It's security theater. It's just optically making people feel a false sense of security when in fact the entire system is broken and it's actually relatively simple to cheat in spite of the optics that are being taken care of. They currently take your phones. Could somebody still bring in a secondary device and cheat? Abso-fucking-lutely. Do you want to know why they could get away with cheating? Because they're running an outdated system that is ripe to be hacked. That's my rant. Did anybody accuse Doyle Brunson of cheating when he played 10 deuce to win WSOP not once but 2 years in a row? Come on, man. This is a terrible analogy. He was heads up in a tournament. You're supposed to play every hand, and he didn't call anybody with 10 deuce high. Okay. Robbi had a senior role in a company that won awards for its RFID technology. The poker cards use this same tech. Investigate this maybe. Yeah, that's very true, Rachel. I had heard this theory. I can't find anything on Robbi. I cannot find anything about her background. I can't find anything that insinuates that she was in biotech or that she had a high-level position or that she worked with RFID. I had heard a bunch of different rumors that her real name is not Robbi Lou, that it's something else, but I don't know what that something else is. So I can't really go off of that to do any real research. But it's on my list. It's on my list. Bala AZ says, what weight will you put on Hustler Casino's internal investigation? Vested interest in this not being cheating. Their value plummets regardless of what future safeguards they put in place if cheating. I disagree that their value plummets if they take the right measures in safeguarding. But I do agree, and I said this on the podcast today, that they're in a very shitty position, and the fact that they're still running streams isn't exactly the best look.
They're gonna be fine.
Huh?
I think Hustler's gonna be more than fine.
Bro, you want to play? We get it. I understand.
No, it's not that I want to play. I think what does that have to do with anything? I'm just saying.
You think they're going to be fine
more than
in the sense? You think they're going to be fine in the sense that people will still play there? Or you think they're going to be fine in the sense that it will actually be a secure stream?
I think that people are going to tune in and they're going to be completely fine. They're still going to have.
That's not what I asked. That's not what I asked.
They're upgrading. They've already started to upgrade their security.
Oh, did they? What are they doing?
I don't know. I'm not like completely. That's what they said.
I know what they're doing because DJF tweeted it. They have guards and fucking and metal detectors. It's security theater. They didn't upgrade shit. They're still using Poker GFX. Like, this is nonsense. It's pushing that narrative that they are proactively doing something right now that allows this shit to keep happening, right? When the Apostle thing went down, Ryan was at the bike, and I implored him to stop using that system. I begged him to find something else to get a custom one built. And he assured me that their security was top-notch. But the fact of the matter is, it wasn't then and it's not now, right? So just because you optically change a few things, like they finally segregated their commentary booth from their back end after the Apostle situation. Great. That doesn't change shit. Like, the system was still very, very, very vulnerable, and it still is. Now they're playing with millions of dollars on the table. At least back then, it was only hundreds of thousands. Julian TV says, right, but those gadgets are a critical piece. You need both. Using a wand is simple, cheap, and effective. Security backend is simple, costly, and effective. No. The wand does nothing, man. I'm telling you right now, it does nothing. She easily could have just had everything in the water bottle. Like, we don't know. You're never going to prevent everything from making it through your front end security measures. The back end is literally all that matters. It's all that matters. Scott Bent says, your argument assumes the only way to cheat is by hacking that system. Theoretically, a device could exist or be created to read the cards without hacking the back end. When you say theoretically, it either does or it doesn't exist, right? Like, are you saying that somebody could build an RFID reader? Sure, but they already exist commercially. You can just buy one. That doesn't circumvent the problem. The problem is that if it's an RFID reader, it somehow has to still turn the unique ID of the cards into actual legible cards. So in other words, if you scan the 6 of diamonds, you're going to get back a unique RFID, right? And it's going to say like 761054. That's the unique ID of that card. But if you don't somehow manually put into a database that it's the 6 of diamonds, then the device that's reading it only recognizes that card as 761054, right? You are somehow going to have to translate that into actual cards. And that's the hiccup. That's the challenge, right? It doesn't make any sense. Sorry, it's not that it doesn't make any sense, but it's highly inefficient and very, 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 very difficult to have a system like this. So yes, almost all cheating outside of just straight collusion or two players in the game signaling one another is almost certain to be a penetration of the back-end security, right? Now, whether that is simply hacking into the Wi-Fi or having somebody on the inside who's able to relay the information, or just getting access to the server and putting a Trojan on it. Like, these are the most common methodologies. There are others, I'm sure. But like stripping everybody of every single device is just, A, is not practical, and B, it's not going to be sufficient. So like, what if she just has a ring? What if she has a ring on her that is bone conducting, and that's why she keeps going to her face and head so that she can hear the messaging, right? You're never going to take that. You're not going to strip people down to their bare bones. You're not going to have them playing in their underwear. You're not going to get to a point where you say no jewelry allowed, no hats, no hoodies, no shoes, right? There's always a way past the superficial security measures. But the ways past the actual tight back-end security measures are so challenging. And that's the whole point. I don't understand why that's so goddamn hard to understand. And I don't understand why the counter to that argument is, yeah, but like still get a metal detector. You should warn people. Do you know how inefficient the TSA is? It's been running for like 12 years now or 11 years now or something like that. And I think they've stopped like one threat. That's hyperbole. I don't know the exact number, but like it's incredibly low, ridiculously expensive, and unbelievably inefficient. Ridiculously inefficient. Oh yeah, 20 years. What am I talking about? It's been forever. That's my old man rant. I'm fucking tired. Ingram's texting me, laughing because I'm losing it, and it's me and not him now. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, ay, ay. What do you got, Chin?
I don't know, man. I'm not talking to you. You fucking yell at me.
You just represent the chat. That's why.
I represent the people. That's right.
Yeah, people.
I'm for the people.
All right, Robbi's real name is Robbi J2o. All right. I'll Google it. Let's see what we can find while we watch some more hands. Let's watch more hands. Okay. First thing to note of Steven wants you to check your DMs, Chin. He doesn't want to send me DMs. He knows I'm mad.
I'm for the people. I got you, Steve. I don't worry, man.
All right. So that first hand was uber nitty. For sure, no cheating going on there. A lot of money was left on the table. And overall played.
Aaron makes the call. There's a straddle
great.
on this one, as you can tell. Robbi's going to call as well.
Okay, she's in the mix. This is all fine.
Out of the straddle. So we're playing 100, 200, 400 with a $200 big blind ante. Wow. Queen high flop, 2 hearts for Robbi. This is blind on straddle. So Robbi, under the gun in the straddle spot, actually has position.
Okay, check call. Miss. Okay.
10s are good. And Aaron, inexplicably, with by far the worst hand, is going to try to rep. Not a big bet at 4,400. That should get Robbi out of the way. Although, interestingly enough, if she calls, you got to imagine Garrett will fold and she'll win it. But this is really tough for her to call. She does let it go, and now Garrett's got to think about it.
Ay, ay, ay. Okay, whatever. Doesn't matter what Garrett does here. Okay.
Just my monitor if the river's a 3. Well, good.
She's
Good
got
news
the
for your
jacket
monitor,
on.
it's not a 3.
I like this
Robbi's
outfit.
got ace queen of hearts.
Chin likes girls that wear outfits like this.
Jay Wilkes says, how is Tuck ignoring Magic swag? Friday evenings are like Hawaii night here at Hustler Casino. So everybody, every Friday evening when you walk in, everybody's wearing like everybody that works here is wearing like Hawaiian garb. I'm not.
Hold on. What happened here? She flatted pre? Or she opened? She just raised.
It looks like
yeah.
She raised because she
raised.
first.
Everybody else called, right?
Nobody on the Hustler Casino Live crew is, but down there they are.
Third pot. Okay. A little bit more. 2K. Nope. 1K. 20%.
See if Julio wants to take one off. Your answer is yes. A lot of turn cards for Robbi to double barrel this. Actually, Julio's going to raise. Sexy little raise there, the pair of sixes.
Shit, cancel.
Okay. If anything other than fold occurs here, that'll be something to take into consideration. Okay. All seems quite standard. What's next?
400. That's it.
Number 3 went carded. You went carded completely.
Bad.
Yeah.
$1,200.
I just got a random text from somebody that I don't know that says, check this software for hacking. And then doesn't send me the said software.
No, I didn't check.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I never know how to answer. Like, who dis?
4,000.
Oh, okay.
Set of sixes for Julio. Robbi's going to bet 4,000 with virtually.
Derek says, unless they're changing out decks frequently, you could have somebody play one day and use an RFID scanner to map the cards to create the DB. Then, that day, they would verify it's the same deck. Yeah, theoretically, that could happen. But, again, I come back to the how do you map it, right? I guess you could go back and watch the stream hand by hand and map every single hand that you're dealt. That would work. So if you have an RFID scanner, you scan your 2 cards, you get in the habit of doing it, let's say, like left to right, so that it becomes easier to do it, or to recount what the hands are whenever you go back and watch the footage. And then you go into the database and you change the unique ID of each RFID from what it is to the actual card that it is. And then you just have that database moving forward. And if Ryan and Nick don't do their due diligence with the decks, then yeah, it's very possible they could just have that information on file, right? That does seem plausible. I'm with you, Derek. I think that that's something that could potentially be said. Okay.
No equity at all.
This hand's probably nothing.
I'm actually amazed she's got 3%. I mean, I guess they're going to chop it up sometimes, too, with running spades.
Oh, she leads out.
The only way she wins this hand is it goes...
She let out big. She let out for pot.
Running
pot
deuces.
Plus.
Or somehow she gets Julio to fold.
Wow.
Julio's going to run out of time chips. You don't want to run out of time chips because if you actually have a decision later on, 30 seconds can be pretty quick.
What to do to find out?
Garrett mentioned that she was going to be more serious today. She mentioned that herself on social media, and she has definitely been more serious tonight, no doubt about it.
So it's that stuff they're gonna just go fuck around and find out.
I like it. I like it.
This is a big bet from Robbi. I mean, I don't mind just a call here from Julio. You're losing to 8-9. You lose to a bigger set. You block, you block some 2-pair. You're not getting a better hand to fold. And you've got a lot of hands that are worse than yours. You get them to fold. I don't mind calling that one. She bets 4,000.
There's no way she's
like
cheating.
3,100. She's just going to be pretty polar.
Not in this hand.
She's got the best hands and some really awful hands.
She just led deuces and got
For
punished.
pot.
Okay.
For like pot plus. Okay. Okay, let's see the next one. King 8 off in a 5-way pot. Her hand selection is certainly suspect, but YOLO. Pepsi Summer says, hey, Burke, a few weeks ago, prior Hustler was swapping decks that were malfunctioning and card reader was not picking up. Could it be somebody was mapping each card and map cards were out? No, that's not the way it works. So reading the card doesn't suddenly make it stop functioning. It's capable of being read by multiple readers at the same time, just not multiple readers within the same system. Okay.
Julio betting his jack. Robbi folding the 8. Good bet, good fold.
Okay. An 8.
But in Asia, short deck is more popular, you think?
Yeah, many years ago. My big game in Macau, Hong Kong.
Thank you.
Oh, 1,000. Is it one more? One more? I'll give you 2,000. Just give me one more green.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, we talked about the seeding draw and stuff yesterday. D Purdy. Okay, nothing to see with the King 8. Let's see, King 4 suited 5-way pot. All these pots are 5-ways, man. That's why this game's fucking good.
Look, this is what I'm noticing.
Okay.
All of her hands are perfectly reasonable. And the only hands that we really need to look at, if there is ever going to be anything, are the ones against Garrett.
Yeah.
Because that's the only time I see anything that's like, and it could be literally she's just trying harder against Garrett. Like she's a try hard versus Garrett. But every other hand is just a freaking normal hand, or she's like making some mistakes. There's nothing else that I see.
A raise from Garrett. Garrett says, let's.
Yeah. I'm trying to see. I mean, this hand might be worth looking at. Okay, this hand's definitely worth, bro. I don't know what this means, but this is worth looking at. All right, look. This is basically the Jack 4 hand in a nutshell. But it's not Garrett, it's JR this time, right? So the way this hand works, Aaron opens, Robbi 3 bets.
PM till 11 p.m. every Friday. I want to thank you all for joining us.
She's short too. So she's going to put in a lot of her stack here. Oh, well, that's why. Wow, how does this fucking work? This hand's insane. Okay, so this isn't a great example because she's super shallow. And doesn't really have any fold equity.
It's not every day that you raise with 9-8 suited and actually have your opponents dominated.
Oh, he flopped the flush draw. I see.
The flush draw, so it'll be tough to see away from.
So she bets big here with nothing. It's also worth noticing that the bottle came out and that the angle of the bottle is different. The labeling is facing her now instead of facing the middle of the table. That's probably pretty important. I guess we could see where the lid looks like. Okay, so that hand wasn't as interesting as I thought. She didn't have any depth there. Let's take a look at a couple other ones. This one's the King 4.
Julio in there as well. Everybody's calling. 5-way action.
Sorry.
So many jokes I have right now, but I'll canceled for all of them.
Deuces, by the way, are still the best hands. How does that happen?
King 4 backdoor, checks through.
Board pairs.
Julio gonna bluff with the best hand, second best hand, I guess.
3,500. We watched Top Gun the other day, Andy.
Oh yeah.
You seen it, Ison? It's badass, right?
Oh, good.
But that's what made me think of the movie thing. I was like,
oh yeah.
Pretty much any movie I'm super happy to watch at home.
Okay.
Yeah. But that
Nothing
one,
there.
I was like,
What's your favorite, everybody in the chat? What's your favorite Tom Cruise movie? I want to hear some, like, good answers. I mean, top...
Can't do it. Somebody said, tell us what Garrett's value jam is on the 10-10-9-3. Pocket 3s. Pocket 9s. Can also be bluffing with Queen Jack of Hearts, King Jack of Hearts, Ace High Hearts or Clubs, King Jack of Clubs. Well, I guess she had the Jack of Clubs. King Queen of Clubs. All of these hands can easily play all in. Okay, this hand's nothing.
Gamble, Robbi takes the cue and calls with 9-7 suited. Julio's got 9-7 suited as well.
At some point,
Okay, 3 ways, 7K in the pot, SPR about 3 for Robbi.
that is quite a unless you make me call. You better like the flop, man.
Unless we do it first.
I don't think. Well, I mean, Julio does.
Yao
have
Ming
a
says he's
gut
not
shot.
jamming boats. You're wrong,
Robbi's got a
Yao.
gut shot with the flush draw.
You are very wrong. Under boats need protection, and they get called by a 10, always. Sometimes they get called by Jack 4 high.
I mean, they got the same hand.
Come on, Julio, you promised, bro.
They both have
She just leads all in here. What? She's a I mean, she has a combo draw.
She has a lot of equity.
Yeah, but it's 3x pot. Multi-way.
Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, she's a pretty huge draw. So,
Yeah.
whatever.
Tough to fold out better, but yeah, I get it. I get it. Just speed to being all in. Makes sense. All right, here's the ace queen hand.
Maybe 2. I like that Trini tone. All good. Hustler Casino Live brought to you by High Stakes Poker Productions. I want to thank our sponsors, WPT Global and BetGM Poker, as we look at this ace high flop. 2 players with an ace, and Robbi, maybe a chance to double up here. 5,300 already in there. JR's got some kicker issues. Bill floating. I mean, I think if you're Robbi, you're going to have to raise. I would raise. It's a wet board. You can rep, 8-9. Yeah, there you go. You can rep diamonds.
Okay. Standard.
Enough in there.
Eight's not on, right? No. I should have folded pre-shuffle. Oh, she was shuffling it when I did it.
We've been there.
1,200.
I think I saw this hand. Something weird happens with Klein. Okay, so this is the first time she really tanked. She tanked a long time pre. She's doing the forward lean. Bill snap bets. She has an obvious fold here with King 9. What happens?
Somebody in the chat said, marriage causes more misery. Yeah, I mean, seriously.
She calls.
I mean, teach their own. I'm a big believer in that. Teach their own. but suggesting that alcohol gives more misery than marriage. Really? Strong.
This one's a little strange to me.
Feel like this. Can you go back to Garrett? What did Garrett have? Pre-flop.
Reader might have missed it. Bill, Charles, Garrett's not at the table. Oh,
He's right there.
Yeah, he is right there. It must not have got his hand. Oh, maybe it did. Let's just play it.
Bill, you happy you folded?
I should have folded pre-shuffle. While she was shuffling is when I should have folded.
We've been there.
1200.
Nine four off.
Okay, so we're watching this hand, right? So she's gonna call, I see.
She tanks a long time pre. She does the forward lean. I don't know what the fuck she's looking at. And then she peels like just a very clear peel. Which is whatever, I guess. Jack 5 deuce. Third pot. I don't really think we're calling with King 9 off here.
Somebody in the chat said, marriage causes more misery. Yeah, I mean, seriously. I mean, teach their own. I'm a big believer in that. Teach their own. But suggesting that alcohol gives more misery than marriage. Really?
I have an ace.
Strong.
Oh, I thought you would bet me. I got you. I got
Okay.
you.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I was gonna check raise. My bad. Sorry.
Yeah, Robbi wins a small one, but nice little win there.
Plus, I just been like working out every day, so that really helps. It's just like I'm just like not like if I was like not working out, skipping and through my workouts, eating bad, then like it kind of goes together, you know.
Yeah,
I just been,
you're less motivated to
my
Interesting. Okay.
Like 8 months, yeah, for me. Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, floating there is a little sus. Or, well, not sus. Sorry. It's not sus. It's just bad. And it led to a positive result. That's really all we can say. Okay. Flops top pair. Oh, this is the one where Charles trips off. Have you seen this hand?
No. Flop checked around.
Sorry, yeah, it checks through. She decides to bet the turn for some reason.
Jacks are good.
And gets raised. Small size, that's fine.
Charles is going to raise, though. Robbi trying to figure this one out. Thinking maybe did Charles pick up some sort of a draw? Does he have a 10 in his hand? Does he have clubs? Robbi does have the jack of clubs, so.
Grit Poker wants to call in to talk about security. Yeah, man, I'll let you call in. After we get through these hands, we have like 5 more to go.
Talk about the hand and then play it out, and boom, she hits 2 pair.
How can
I
contact you?
Obviously, Charles, if he was raising with the 10, got there. So maybe she doesn't like it. He bets 11,000. So we can see her 2 pair. If she was
yeah,
behind,
DM me somewhere, Grit.
but she might be concerned that Charles was making a move with a 10. 25,500.
Time chip, forward lean.
I should not be in this fucking hand.
Okay.
Ace high, ace high.
She calls reasonably confidently. She makes 2 pair on the end. That's
She makes the call.
logical.
And wins about $19,000.
See, the only thing that I gather there is that she makes a tough call in that spot.
Yeah.
And she's genuinely relieved to win the
Yeah.
pot.
Yes, it's all very different than the, and that pot is 1/10 the size of the jacket. Like, what happened in 1 week's time that she became so numb to the size of the pot?
She got coaching that week.
Stop. Why do you do this, man? Why?
She did. That's what Jocko said. He coached her right before the stream. They fucking did some fucking Zen shit, and she's ready to go.
You tilt me so fucking hard, man. You tilt me so hard. Hold on. Okay, there's 2 more hands to look at. So let's pull these up. The last one being one that was Charles actually DM'd me about it. We were talking back and forth. I made a really strong argument for why Robbi wasn't cheating. And now I want to analyze it from the other side, I guess, of how maybe she possibly could be, or that it's indicative that she was. My instincts, though, say, like, if she's cheating, man, I don't know. If she's cheating, I don't think I saw it at all this session. Yeah, I mean, like, this session just looks like positive variance, to be quite frank. I didn't see much at all along the ways of what we see in the Jack 4 hand.
This session looks like she just played pretty tough, right? She floated the King 9. She was trying to like take it away from Bill, but then she had a king, so then she checked. And then in this hand, she had a pair, and she didn't fold the turn and made 2 pair. I thought the guy was bluffing. Fucking call.
Yeah, no, like, yeah, those hands strike me as somewhat reasonable, to be quite honest. Man.
This is what I'm saying. Like, the only time that she plays like different than her normal style is against Garrett. And it could be because she just wants to crush Garrett's soul so hard.
Right.
Or it could be because something's up. But, like, I feel like that's the only time I've seen any sort of, like, deviation from her norm.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm looking at a DM I got. Yeah, fuck, man. I don't see it. Even, like, I don't know, man. I'm trying to get there. I'm trying to understand things from all angles. Everybody and their mother is sending me some sort of conspiracy, but yeah, I don't know. I just don't know. Who was I trying to Grit? He said sent me a DM on IG. All right, let's look at these last 2 hands, and then we're going to take a quick call from my man Grit, who works in cybersecurity. So we're going to hear what he has to say. I'm very interested, since this is the area of interest that strikes me the most.
Yeah, how many people you think are watching this and they're just like
high as fuck right now. Like just watching this, just like
I don't know, but I'll
like,
tell you this
just-
much.
just-
I'll tell you this much. I'm jealous of them. I'm not a man who gets
They're
high,
just-
but I can
they all
understand.
They all took a sleep chocolate and they're just watching this
Yeah.
high as motherfucker.
Yeah.
They're just like, yeah, this
That's right, man. I'm not a man who gets high, but I'll tell you this much. I understand. I fucking understand, man.
Yo, look at the chat. They're all like, yes, yes, yes.
Oh,
I fucking.
Oh man. Okay. Last two hands. Let's see what happens here with Charles.
Johnny Bink is impressed.
Yeah, it is noteworthy that Rip didn't play this stream. And she also bought in the minimum, where she buys in a lot deeper. The other one, she bought in 300 big blinds in the smaller game, and she bought in obviously for 150K in the big game. What are you laughing at?
Yo, the chat is all high, bro.
Okay, so this, all right, so this is actually what the hand that was just sent to me. I was told to look for chair shaking before she 3-bets. He said that she taps her chip.
She picks up King Jack here.
And then the chair vibrates. Let's see if we see it. I don't see anything. I didn't see anything. Bro, I didn't see anything. Oh, fuck. Man. Where's my sleep chocolate? If Robbi gets her name cleared, will you give her a free year of the all-in access pass? As a bonus, will you personally take her on as your own personal student? Yeah, man. Actually, I don't know. It sounds like Franz is doing a good fucking job. I'm not going to teach her to call
She's
Jack
won
high,
it.
that's for sure.
She's won every session.
Yeah, she never fucking loses.
JR with a pair and a flush draw. Now 2 pair and a flush draw. But Robbi has got a streak. Oh, my.
Okay, so she
Yo,
3-bet.
we're fucking
Wait,
losing
wait.
it.
Hold up. She 3-bet and then check flop?
She checks it.
Is that right?
Got 2 pair. And the nut flush
Yeah.
draw.
Okay.
Robbi with the absolute stone cold nuts
It's
right
good.
now.
Well,
I remember this. JR calls
Again,
it off.
nothing went in on the
she
flop,
jams?
But this was a 3-bet.
I don't know. I
so
think he
it was
raises.
3,000 before we
She
saw
definitely
it.
puts in a raise here, I think.
Jams pretty
I'm
good.
not sure if it's all in.
She goes small. She click?
No, she like 2.5.
JR, I mean, he can't fold. He's got 2 pair and a
I
flush
mean, this
draw.
can only be the nuts.
Rivers a blank.
Wow.
She's got 36,600 behind.
But she played this hand good.
Yeah. Yeah, she did.
Let me just double check. Yep.
I mean, it's hard to judge people, though, when they have the nuts. Like,
Come on, man. Give her some credit.
no, I'm saying she did play the hand good, but, like, I don't think that's credit. Like, it's not necessarily a good thing if she plays the hand good.
About 35.
Right? Like, she kind of wants to be playing hands poorly so that we can align it with her calling off with Jack 4 high.
Garrett got unlucky, bro. He flopped everything.
I feel like Garrett.
Yeah.
Just fucking...
I feel like Garrett, the needle. She needles Garrett even when she doubles through somebody else.
Lauren will count that out, but we can tell you that Robbi just won herself a $123,000 pot. And again, what a turnaround. She has just turned a $14,000 stack.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's a Garrett thing. She is a Garrett
in
thing.
about 19 minutes.
She wants to take down Garrett, bro.
Boom.
Yo, put up your LMA 9s in the chat. For all you loyalists
Not
out
an
there.
angle. She just misread her hand.
Okay. This hand. Charles DM'd me about this and insisted that this implied she was cheating because on the end she said she has 2 pair when she very clearly has a full house.
Johnny Banks says it always hurts when you sit down and lose a big amount when you first sit down. That sucks. That's the tilt factor. Yeah, Vegas too. Like if you go to Vegas for fun and you're gambling and you lose a ton the first couple of hours, it just sucks. It's like you're there to have a good time. You know, if they get you in the end, it's one thing. But like if they get you in the first 2 hours and you're there for a weekend, it kind of sucks. I like that, Robbi. It's a good shout. Robbi with a pair of sixes. Charles with nothing. He has rebought, though, by the way.
Okay. Check back call.
Ruth B, after making fun of me, says, Bill Klein is one of the coolest guys. He donated his winnings from his first 2 tournaments to charity. Yeah, I mean, I've heard that before. Bill Klein donates all of his winnings to charity.
Check, check.
What a run out. I mean, just to, like, I mean, are you kidding me?
Check. Bet.
Charles hits trip 8s. And Robbi now with a full house. And maybe Charles gets away from it because the flush got there. Oh, it's like a little baby raise.
2 pair. Oh, full house.
That was not an angle. She just misread her hand.
I don't think this is really indicative of something.
Let's run it up.
I think maybe we should bring her on Max Payne Monday. That's a good play for Max Payne Monday.
I just wrote our group chat. You're fucking nasty, man. Yo, just so you guys know, Chin's out here in the streets talking shit. All right. We're going to get my man. Huh? What you saying? What?
I didn't do anything.
Okay. All right, we're going to get my man Grit Poker on here briefly. See what he has to say. He works in cybersecurity, so should be an interesting little let's see. I'm such a fish at Discord, man. Fuck. I forgot his name. Oh no. I'm so dumb. Hold on. I have to DM him back. I don't know, man. I don't know. We've watched every hand she played. The third session definitely looks very different from the first 2. Can we at least agree on that? Do you think that's true?
In what way? Like she's playing better?
All of the mannerisms, the speech play on the end, the slow tanking, kind of like Andy mentioned, she tanks a lot pre-flop, things of that nature.
Yeah, but it could all be based on a lot of different things. Maybe she was more nervous on one stream. Now she feels whatever. She could have fucking taken Adderall.
Can you ever just answer? Can you ever just answer the question straight? I just asked if we can agree she played differently on the third one than everything else. And you're coming at me flying with excuses.
The answer to that is, well, saying yes is an incomplete answer.
Is it though?
Because it doesn't have any context. It's just like, yeah, okay, yeah, she played different. But like Garrett maybe played different too. Like they all play different in different streams.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm not sold, but I'm swaying again. I'm swaying hard again. All right, we got my man Grit Poker here. What's up, buddy? We can't hear you. cannot. Oh, no. It's not good when the guy in cybersecurity can't get his Discord mic to work.
He got hacked. That's what they said in the chat.
What do you think, team? Like, off to a bad start, huh? Eric, you know what? I'm glad that at least you can recognize that Christian just spends all of his goddamn time trolling me.
I'm not trolling you, man. Look, I'm just trying to bring things in because, like, yeah, she played different, but there are so many reasons for that. And also, like, people just play differently on different days. So, like, I don't want to, like, jump to a conclusion like that.
We're not at the conclusion jumping phase. We are at the throwing all the theories out there phase and seeing what sticks. You know? We're trying to get to the bottom. What I find
clear is that she definitely plays hard against Garrett.
Yeah. And I think that's definitely true. Okay. So he can hear us. Are you there? We still can't hear him, though. That's a bad start. My G. We gotta get you more tech savvy if you're out here in the cybersecurity streets. Hustler's not about to hire you like this. Oh no. Oh no.
Okay, this is my thing with the cybersecurity stuff that you were saying.
Okay, let's hear it.
I don't think that they should stop streaming or anything like that yet, because we don't know anything. So it doesn't seem like they don't have any reason to stop streaming.
They have a very clear reason to stop streaming.
Why?
Because there's a community-wide investigation of their stream house taking place right now. And the second that it reached that magnitude, it's your duty as a secure stream house to stop everything and freeze all of your assets, so to speak, so that they can be investigated by professionals.
Okay. So under this context, every stream house should stop and get like a full vet, right? That's kind of what we're saying.
No. Yeah, we hear you, man. You there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm terribly sorry about that. I have a lot of stuff on my computer. I write music on Ableton, and every time I open up Ableton, it completely like resets everything, and I apologize.
Nah, it's all good. We were just fucking with you.
It's definitely not a good look, but there's a reason for it.
Sure. Welcome. How are you?
Is this your real voice? Is this your real voice?
Well, yeah, absolutely. Why wouldn't it be my real voice?
I don't know. A lot of people say you were gonna like change your voice and shit.
Yeah, maybe you're like Rachel Weisz.
No, I naturally sound like I'm on the radio.
So talk to us, man. What are your thoughts on this? You think everything should shut down until they hire you?
No. I mean, here's the thing. I know the chat is usually very harsh about things. First of all, I'm not in any way an expert, but I have been tinkering with technology my entire life. I grew up on Windows 95, Pentium 1, 75 megahertz, 28.8K modem. Not even a 56K. I was half the speed as people who dialed up. But I've always been into tech, and I recently, again, I'm not an expert, but just last month on September 15th, I decided to, you know what, just get into IT permanently. Because I used to do sales, I used to do mortgage and stuff, and that's very up and down. Now I'm looking for, just something stable. So I passed my CompTIA Security Plus exam. Incredibly hard. Even though it's entry level, it's very, very difficult. And that shows that I'm serious about this path, this career path. So I do have an IT certification for cybersecurity. I'm also studying for what's called Certified Ethical Hacker version 11. It's also very difficult to get, but basically you can be a white hat hacker and you can help companies harden their system and prevent penetration of their routers.
Yo,
their
listen.
servers,
Listen. If I know anything about Christian, he doesn't want anything to do with preventing penetration, okay? Especially not at 1:30 in the morning with Dr. Mamacita in the chat. Like he ain't about that life, man.
Oh my. Well, okay, but the reason I say these things is because I'm not just a person with an opinion. Like I actually know a little bit about the field. So with that said, here are some points I did want to point out. Some bullet points that I jotted down earlier today when you guys did that first stream. We can't say there's cheating 100%, and we can't say there's innocence 100%. Something is definitely fishy. It's not completely on the up and up. Anytime there's money involved, whether it's chess, fishing tournaments, NASCAR, there's going to be cheaters and there's going to be criminals. So with that said, if a group of hackers can penetrate corporations, like Anonymous Collective, they can go into corporations, find documents and leak them. A small IT infrastructure in a casino or a mom and pop shop restaurant, that's going to be easy for any team to get through into. Now, I don't know what the situation is over there, but I'm guessing they probably don't have a team of IT specialists who are constantly updating, patching software, doing active threat hunting, complete audits 24/7. It's probably not the case. So because of that, there's what's called zero-day security vulnerabilities. And that happens in any piece of software that's released. There's always going to be flaws in the code. And if someone does find it, well, now there's a window in zero-day vulnerabilities for people to exploit that until either someone finds it or programmers fix it and release a patch. So there's a window of where it can go undetected. And people can use all types of things. They can use Wireshark, which is open source. They can analyze packets. Wi-Fi is very easy to hack. If Wi-Fi is less than 10 or 12 characters, you can download something called Hashcat, and you can run it on your computer, and after a few days, you'll crack a Wi-Fi password. That's easy to do. You can use Nmap to scan networks and discover devices that don't even exist. You can ping them and analyze data that comes back. So there's all sorts of things that can happen. So the only reason I want to mention all that is because I think it's unhealthy for people to say immediately like, oh, cheating's impossible. Well, it's not, because there's many ways to do it. They can run scripts. They can do logic bombs, which activate when certain parameters are met, whether it's a certain size pot, a certain, there's, well, I don't know. I'm talking way too much, but the thing is, people need to understand that it's very, very possible, especially if there's a lot of just default hardware. For example, at home, if you have a router and your default password hasn't been changed, well, that's really easy to get into. You can just, right now in your browser, 192.168.0.1, and you can go to your router right now. Every single person can do that. So you can manually configure a router. You can change default passwords, make sure you're more secure. I don't even know if that's things that, people commonly do who open up a restaurant or run a coffee shop.
Definitely not.
You know what I mean?
Bringing this full circle,
Okay,
though, go ahead, Jen.
We all high as fuck right now.
I apologize. But what I wanted to say is that it's definitely possible.
I have a real question.
It's definitely possible. I'm not an expert anyway, but it's definitely possible.
Hold on. Are there when, let's say, a cyber team comes in, right? Are there levels of threat that they would assess? Like what if the threat is just minimal threat, right? Maybe they don't. I guess what I'm trying to say is are there levels of you're vulnerability, or should we just shut everything fucking down? That's the part that I'm trying to figure out.
And I thought about that too, Christian. This happened Wednesday or Thursday?
Thursday.
Pretty recently, right?
Yeah, Wednesday.
Okay. So by now, what should have been the case is that they should have already had an IT team either on site, or they should have had one already contracted so that they can immediately, and I do mean immediately, under any suspicion, any proof of a breach or what are called IOCs, indicators of compromise. If anything is found, what they can instantly do is collect logs from all devices, all routers, all computers, even the scanners themselves, collect logs of everything, and use what's called chain of custody, because that's the only thing that's going to hold up in court. If you ever want to bring digital data to a courtroom, they have to know that the chain of custody was followed, that it was all done in real time. You have to collect logs, you have to do data dumps, and basically copy the entire server's hard drive. The problem is that there's too many devices on a network that is unsecured, and they could even have something on just a computer that's used to run a couple monitors just to view the stream, right? So there's just a plethora, an absolute array of, there's a multitude of ways that they can cheat, and that's the scary part. By now, since it happened on Thursday, by now they could have covered their tracks. They could have deleted entries into what's called the event viewer. Anyone at home, just into your Windows, type in event viewer. You can see everything that's been happening. They can delete logs. They could have covered their tracks. So unfortunately, we're in a point where we may never find out if there was cheating or not. And if there was, well, they could have already covered their tracks, which is kind of a shitty thing, because just like you, I kind of wanted to go away because it makes poker look bad. But unfortunately, nothing is secure 100%.
So
what are we looking at?
Wait. Stop. Because you're taking him down the wrong path. Everything you spoke about, it makes sense at a surface level of cybersecurity, but that's not what's happening here. Because everything you're speaking about is on the software side of things. The software is, well, okay. So I guess it ties two ways, right? Because the way that this security system is vulnerable is on the back end. Let's call it hardware, the server side. It's having access to that information. So I mean, it is technically software. Like if you can get a Trojan on that computer or whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
The point that I've been trying to make, and the one that I was making to Christian before you jumped on, is where should the protocols lie then, if you're aware that any breach that occurs is going to be on that back end? Because to me, it comes with the log. It comes with, following all these step-by-step processes that will allow you to deal with some sort of attack. Whereas as it stands, there's nothing like that in place. And we can see that from the Hustler statement, right? When they say, we're going to hire the best cybersecurity team out there right now to do a full sweep of our program or whatever, like they're still running, Yeah. So I guess that's the bigger question to me.
Well, that's the thing. It should have immediately been handled on the spot. The fact that it kept running and that people can now sort of cover their tracks is an issue. That's going to make it difficult. Again, I see the chat, and I even explained I'm not an expert in any way. I am certified, and I'm working toward becoming very good at that. That's the field I'm getting into. But what I'm trying to explain is that it's possible that too much time has passed,
right,
and we might not be able to have the purity on logs, on event viewer, on data dumps, on what happened. Because anytime there's a breach in a system, in a network, there's going to be a log where you can see who logged in, from what IP address, right? Come on, that's just stuff that they can find if it was still there. Someone who left Thursday or Friday, whatever day that was, might have been able to cover up their tracks. So unfortunately, we're sort of in limbo where even if a cybersecurity team goes in now, I mean, yeah, they're going to say, hey, listen, you need to change the default passwords on that. You need to update your hardware on this.
Right.
It may be too late. And that's what really, really sucks, that the fact that there wasn't a team already in place, because it may be too late. It's going to be almost impossible now to find out if there was foul play.
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to arrive at is there any way to make the current system safe enough to move forward? And I guess the only answer will be once some expert eyes gets on there.
No, yeah, there is. From here on out, you can always put things in place that are going to be more difficult to be hacked. Moving, I think that's the thing though. Moving forward, you can definitely upgrade. Like I don't know what software they use to to run the graphics. It could be the same one that Live at the Bike used
It
years
is.
back.
Everybody uses Poker
Okay.
GFX. Everybody. If anybody tells you differently, they're probably lying. The only
Got it.
exception that I know of in the entire industry is PokerGo. Obviously, they've built their own custom software, and I think it's TCH Austin and maybe TCH Dallas also. They've upgraded to a new system that is basically all autonomous. So effectively, what ends up happening is that everything is hardwired into the server directly, and they use RFID chips. So now there's no need for a third-party person to enter in anything manually. And the reason why this system is so beautiful from a security standpoint is since it's just one data push all at once to the server, now what they're able to do is interface that and collect all that data through an app. And what that leads to then is not just logs of every hand played, which the Poker GFX system is capable of, but you have to integrate it, and it comes out really wonky. Like the best thing you can get is a CSV file where all the data is kind of dumped in a very, very unorganized way. But this new system, everything comes out in app form. You have access to every single hand that was ever played. You can basically run a PT4 type of or an HEM type of interface off of it, where you can break down the data to like the most minute things, like by formation, 4-bet out of position, flop frequencies, all this shit, right? And that's because the system is set to actually gather the data, which inherently makes it more secure. Poker GFX is not. It's basically set to dump the data, right? And that's what makes it so incredibly vulnerable, on top of the fact that the system itself was just built for a bunch of friends to build a table and broadcast it out over the internet unsecure.
Right. And there's the security of the software itself, but then there's also network security, right? Because someone can just leave a USB stick on a computer, right?
Yep.
And now you see keystrokes. If someone, like you mentioned in an earlier stream today, if there is a Trojan virus or some type of software, a script, there's what's called logic bombs. It's not even an installed piece of software. It's just script that activates on a given certain parameter. A logic bomb will activate whether a certain user is logged in, a certain user is on the network, a certain time of date has passed. I mean, a computer does what you tell it to do. So if there's ever a situation where she is dealt a hand with a high probability, it could trigger automatically. That could be automated. So when we look at security, there's not only software security, there's also network security, which is a big issue. And then also the people who are around the network, right? You can be socially engineered to where someone kind of befriends you, and now it's just a whole rabbit hole. So all I wanted to say was that it's definitely possible, and people need to stop saying that it's not, because that's going to allow for foul play to go unnoticed if we just immediately dismiss that idea, right?
Yeah, and I guess that's why I keep pushing for these streams, although I will tell you that tonight's going to be my last one for a while. I've seen the hands, guys. I've seen the hands, and all I've concluded is that something's sus. I can't say for sure that she's cheating. And to your point, I don't know what their network security is. I have a lot more confidence that aspect of it is relatively secure. I'm just of the utmost confidence that the Poker GFX system is incredibly flawed for this level of usage. When they were running 5-10 games, whatever, man. If somebody wants to come in here Apostle style and cheat for a few $1,000 here and there, I ain't going to be happy about it. I'm going to call it out if I find out, but it's not going to break the community. If somebody comes in and cheats the fucking streamer game and just rips off a $2.5 million win, like, we've gone too far. This is on us. We're now negligible. We keep supporting these areas where we're not holding them to a high level of scrutiny. So really appreciate your insight. I also appreciate you qualifying everything as well as your expertise. I know the chat can be a little bit brutal, but you took me back to my college days for sure. You sound like every professor that I had for 5 years straight. Just so passionate about the thing that I loathe.
Right on, right on. Yeah, no, thanks for having me. And yeah, I just wanted to say that again. It's definitely possible. It's ruling it out is not good, and unfortunately, the window of time makes it even that much more difficult. But I mean, I hope they get to the bottom of this because I agree with Doug. It's not on the up and up. Something's definitely fishy.
Yeah. All
But
right, man.
my point still remains. My point still remains of there still have to be like degrees of threat. Like it's on their them to figure out the degrees of threat.
No, because you're talking about them discovering that they've been hacked and then trying to rate at what level they've been hacked and measure it, right? That's not what we're saying.
No, for them to shut down their stream right now, it would have to feel as if the threats that they either been hacked or compromised is high. Right? If they think that threat is low, that happened, they're not going to shut it down.
But
Christian. If you under your pretense, wait, under your argument, every stream house threat is so high using this software that they should all shut down and hire a security team.
Listen, here's why what you're saying isn't correct. It's because they are already under an active investigation. Right? Every other stream house is not. So whenever it comes to what their next step should be, it should be whatever's in best interest of the active investigation. So you can't measure the threat because you don't even know if there is a threat. You're investigating it. What you're talking about when it comes to like ranking the degree of threat that you're up against, that's whenever you are certain that you're under attack. Right? So if you understand,
we don't know if they're
right. Like if ACR understands, if ACR knows that they're under attack, and it may be a DDoS attack, or it may just be some black hat hackers, or whatever the case may be. Like, yes, now they have to assess what's the cost of continuing to run business versus what's the cost of shutting down. But it's way different.
Look.
They're under an active investigation. The server is evidence.
They are under a volunteer investigation. They're doing their own investigation voluntarily.
Doesn't matter.
Right? Right. And they are doing that. They don't have to do that. Right? They're doing it as a vote of confidence in the community.
Bro, would you have been okay if Stones would have kept operating? They voluntarily.
That's a different situation.
Why? They voluntarily investigated.
They were literally fucking under the investigation by the Department of Justice, man.
That was months. That was 6 to 8 months later. They did an internal investigation immediately, and they shut everything down when doing so.
Look, I'm not saying you don't have a point at all. I'm saying that they're doing an investigation on their own for this situation, right? And the players that are signing up to play these games are knowing the context in which they're walking into. It's not like this is a secret, right? So the players are coming in knowing that this is happening, that they are upgrading security, that there's an internal investigation going on. All of this is happening, and the players are still signing up to play. Why not put on the service?
Because you're not potentially, you are absolutely putting an unsecure service out there. So you got away with it for a year and nobody called you out. You've now been publicly called out. The last thing you want to do is invite somebody who knows how to now come in and take advantage of your vulnerabilities, as there are public figureheads airing them daily. The last thing you want to do is have some new whale show up who just comes in and infiltrates your system, which may actually not have been infiltrated before. They have an opportunity to fix what's broken, potentially with no damage done, assuming Robbi actually did not cheat. And instead, they continue to operate as is, which implies that they believe that their system is fully secure, and we know for a fact that it's not. And I'll say the same thing about Bike, right? They don't have to actively shut down because they're not being investigated. But as the investigation takes place at Hustler, the Bike abso-fucking-lutely should either be upgrading their back end as we speak, or considering to shut down until they can. But at a bare minimum, if while the hustler's being investigated, places like the Bike, TCH, the Lodge, Poker Night in America, if all of these places aren't immediately following suit and jumping in to hire a cybersecurity consulting team, jumping in to ensure that their network is to full secure capacity, and upgrading their back-end software and hardware to ensure that they cannot easily be infiltrated by somebody who wants to make easy money, then they are now negligent. And 6 months, 12 months, 2 years down the line, when this repeats again for the umpteenth time, we're going to say, I told you so again. And then we're going to keep showing up to play because it's the only fucking game in town.
All right.
So, my whole point is that they are choosing not to shut down because it's more cost efficient for them. And they make more money
I
that
think
way.
they're choosing not to shut down based on what Nick Vertucci said, which is they don't know and they don't deem the level of threat to be so exceptionally high that they have to shut down.
Bro, Vertucci.
So they're gonna let things. They're gonna let things play because they don't
I have
know.
no qualms with Vertucci, but he doesn't know fuck all about cybersecurity. He can't be the one to make that call. Right? That's like the president of the United States.
If look, we also don't know if the phone call was made to their cybersecurity consultants and
what
they gave them
cybersecurity
the context
consultants?
of the situation. No, what do you mean? They had to make a phone call to hire these people.
Yeah, but you're being so reductive as though it's like some easy generic problem that you just get on the phone and explain the system.
No. Look. When he goes and hire these people, I'm sure the conversation was give me the context of the problem. And then he asked, should we shut everything down? And then they probably told him, no, under these circumstances.
Christian.
That seems very reasonable.
No, it does not. Do you think that you could just call a cybersecurity team and say, hey, Paul, cybersecurity? Yeah. I'm running a poker live stream, and I have a software program called Poker GFX, and we think it's vulnerable.
That's not what happened. They had a full-blown meeting in person. He met with them.
Okay, fine.
It's not
all that's fine, but my whole point is no cybersecurity team that's never dealt with this software before in the history of their company's existence is going to walk in one day and go, yeah, everything's fine here. No threat. Don't worry about it. Because they don't know anything about the system. They're going to need time with it. They're going to need to stress test it. They're going to need to talk to the developer and find out its weak points, its fail points. Then they're going to have to double check to see if anything was left vulnerable, which it very likely was, right? I don't understand. You make it sound as if you can pick up the solution at Kmart, where it's just
no, making it sound like there's levels of threat, and they don't given the situation, they don't deem the threat to be sufficiently.
What happened? You cut out. Did your headphones die? Bro, we can't hear you. This is kind of funny to me.
Yeah.
Okay, you're back. Everything you just said didn't translate. You want to say it again? Can you hear me? Hey.
My headphones disconnected for a second.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah, no.
But we didn't hear anything you said because of it.
Basically, the business deems the threat to not be high enough to shut down business.
No, I understand that. My counter is just that they're not qualified to say so. That's
right,
all.
but we don't. Okay, look, I don't know, man. All I know is that they're doing the investigation. Their clients feel safe enough to play. The threat is currently they don't deem is high enough to shut down the business, and I'm going to tune in on Wednesday. because I want to see people play some poker, high stakes. All right, that's it. You're gonna go play Duck Poke Week too.
No, I'm not. I'm playing with my friend from Texas on Live at the Bike. But I agree that I'm being negligent, I'm being negligent by doing it. I don't think it's the right thing to do. I'm going against the better interests of the big picture in order for some potential short-term gain, and that's not necessarily great. But the point that I was trying to make when I said this isn't as simple as like a meeting or a phone call is it's not a leaky pipe where you call a plumber. Like, that's not the way cybersecurity works. Everything is very custom. Everything's very unique. So this isn't something that just gets resolved by like picking up the phone and scheduling a meeting or anything along those lines, right? Like, this is something that's going to take a lot of work behind the scenes by all parties involved. And, this is also something where there should be a lot of consulting taking place by the people who are in the games. Like, yeah, okay, so everybody feels safe. Like, we're fucking gamblers. We all go play home games where we're almost certainly getting robbed in some capacity because we're idiots. And we think that we can beat the fucking rake. We think we can beat the cheats. It's desperation on our behalf because our ability to earn keeps getting clipped day after day after day, where games become less and less and less available. Like, if you told a 5'10 player, like if a 5'10 player had all the knowledge that we have, and you told them that this is what they had to suffer through to play regularly, they just fucking wouldn't, because they don't understand it, because there's a 5'10 game in every city across America. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but my whole point is, like, they just have good games to choose from, and they're not going to take on an absorbent risk, right? But like, because
5'10's tough nowadays, bro.
All right, 2-5, whatever. You understand what I'm saying?
2-5's tough, man. Everything's tough now.
Bro, this woman just called me.
Bro,
Jack
let's
4.
go to bed, man.
This woman just called me Jack 4 high. Like, it ain't that tough.
Bro,
the game is real.
Okay, so what's the next step?
I don't know. I mean, honestly, part of the reason why I'm going to LA is to talk to Wayne and Houston and to, put a lot of pressure on them to update their back end. And I think that same pressure needs to go to all of these stream houses. Danielle Stryker, former student of ours, she's in the chat. She says, it takes months to do assessments in analytics, vulnerability, and pen testing has to be done to find weaknesses. If they suspect a breach, the level of risk and exposure to the business has to be assessed. Yeah, she's worked in cybersecurity for 20 plus years. Oh, wow. I didn't know that. Look at you. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know what the final outcome is. I don't know what to think of all these hands. I'm fucking tired now. I think we're reaching a bit of a plateau where we all need to take a step back, let this breathe for a day or two, chill out, keep pushing on this security thread, or keep tugging on this security thread, because I'm very confident that these issues won't continue in the future.
What do you think? In your opinion,
mm-hmm.
right? None of us are experts. What do you think the level of threat is, 1 through 10? If you had to be like, this is code orange, like what are you like?
Are you asking me like? Are you asking me 1 to 10 how vulnerable I think they are, or are you asking me 1 to 10 how likely do I think somebody is taking advantage of the vulnerabilities?
The second part.
A 4. And that's just because the jury's out on what the fuck's going on with this Jack 4 hand. I would have said like a 2 prior. But also, like, I'm being naive because there's so much fucking money in attempting to take advantage of this. Like, so much money. Like, 4 is so naive, probably. But if you're asking me, like, how vulnerable...
I thought 4 I thought would be, like, super high.
I mean, we're literally analyzing hundreds of hands to see if it was cheated. So I don't think it's like super high. But if you're asking me the level of vulnerability that I think they're at, I think it's like a 7.5, maybe an 8.
But everyone is then.
Everybody, right? Yeah, everybody except PokerGo, and maybe TCH with this new system. I don't know enough about the new system, but it just seems like it's a lot more secure. But yeah, nobody has these teams, nobody has these protocols, and we've just shrugged and accepted that.
Right, and then it's still going to come down to like a cost-benefit analysis, right? Is it going to be cost-efficient for them to hire these people and set up the security necessary in exchange for the marketing that they're getting in exchange for these streams?
Right, but yes, you're correct. Our job, though, is to make sure that the question being asked is it more efficient to get all of the necessary security or to shut down the stream altogether? Not the question of, is it more efficient to get the proper security or just keep running status quo? Like, I just want to keep pushing the envelope on changing status quo.
All right, software-wise stream coming.
The more I talk about it, the less likely that ever is to happen. It's expensive to do it right, team. It's expensive to do it right. All right, that's going to do it for us. I'm by no stretch of the imagination any more convinced one way or the other. I hope
I am leaning with Andy, but not fully. I'm not 100%.
Yeah,
but I'm leaning with Andy.
I'm leaning with Andy, but I have less conviction than him.
This is the thing. This is where I'm at. Ready? Andy sounds really freaking reasonable, right?
Yeah.
And he made a lot of sense.
Yeah, he did.
I'm watching all these hands, and I don't see a lot to gather in terms of she doing like things that look like she's cheating.
Yeah.
On the other end, Garrett is fucking summa cum laude.
Yeah.
And really smart, and in these situations, he's played poker forever.
Yeah.
And if he's not moving from his stance, I feel like I have to look into it just out of respect for my mans right there. So I'm like, okay, I'm looking, right? And then on top of it, there is this like thing that she plays different against Garrett, right? So I want to see if there's something there, and that's where I'm at right now. So
I absolutely mirror all of that. I completely agree with you, top to bottom. I have a little less conviction than Andy. I think some of the things are just straight up suspect, not easily written off by like she stinks or she's an amateur. Just everything about her demeanor and her vocabulary, her language, all of that was very different in Stream 3. I think Stream 3 is the one that we really have to dissect, but it becomes a lot harder for me to leap to that conclusion if there's zero evidence of anything out of line in Stream 1 and 2. I don't know, man.
I don't see anything, man, outside of like the hands against Garrett or just a little bit. She's just trying harder. You know, she's trying max hard against Garrett. And then maybe it went to a crescendo with the Jack fucking 4. And here we are. I don't know, man. But I respect Garrett, so I'm going to keep fucking looking, man. God damn it, Garrett. You got us fucking 5:30 in the morning. Garrett, don't ever say I never did anything for you.
Just so you all know, this was Christian's idea. I go, should we take the night off? He goes, no sleep. And I'm like, no sleep. I'm tired. He's like,
I just wanted to get this over with. Don't call me tomorrow.
No, I'm off tomorrow. Well, yeah,
Okay.
I'll let you off the podcast.
No. Let me off. I'm not coming.
We're returning to regular scheduled programming.
Yeah, I'm not coming tomorrow.
All right, fine.
That's it.
You're out. Landon's out. We'll be here, though. 1 o'clock. Me, Melissa, Conrad, Lamanna. We'll all be here. Be sure to tune in. Thank you guys so much for staying up in the late night with us. I think our boy Joey Ingram's going to be back tomorrow. He's going to be able to give you the unhinged after dark content that you all been waiting for. Apologies that we weren't able to really land it, but I hope you guys enjoyed your edibles. I hope you guys have all your night chocolates lined up. Big shout out to Marley in the chat. I see you. We'll let you get on the mic one of these days.
Everyone was so high.
Marley, come to the podcast tomorrow if you're in town. We need somebody to fill in Christian's seat. All right, guys. Thank you guys so much. Please like, comment, subscribe before you leave. If you're not a member already, obviously, click that join button. If you are, big shout out to all the members in the chat. We'll see you guys tomorrow, 1 p.m. Pacific. Peace.